with Josh Thompson as he's made his way around the racetrack in the Williams Esports machine, currently scored in 8th position. As we welcome you back to coverage of the Virtual Racing School Sports Car Open 24 Hours of Spa. Justin Prince Bonder with you with Hugo Louise and Bruce seat for segment 3 of tonight's coverage as we make our way through the in-sim time of about 3:30 a.m. Eastern Time all the way to 9:38 a.m. in sim. It's been an intriguing race so far, Lorenzo, to say the very least, but this is the part of the race where you make that transition from the middle of the night to the early morning.
Yeah, and the track eventually is going to get hot on the very tail end of our portion, right? And that's where we might start to see the beginning of the return of the single stinting in the tires. We're still going to see lots of double stints. Triple stint is out of the range, by the way, but double stint still within reach for this portion within its majority. But once we go into portion number 4, is I think where everything might be within the same playing ground. But I think this is where the strategies start to converge a little bit, especially when we get towards the transition of portion 3 to portion 4.
It's an interesting time, to say the very least, to be able to plan things out, make sure you're on cycle, and to cut out a pit stop, or make sure your drivers are well rested for the closing stages of the race. But for those just tuning in, to reset once your top competitors, Team Redline, who is very dominant in official 24 Hours Spa action, and the Red Machine is up front of the field. MSI Esports Blue, followed by VRS Glenda Simsport. Team Redline Blue Machine, followed by the Lego Technic Esports team. Rounding the top 6, Apex Racing Team 1. On with Duo Racing Team Euronics in the 46 and Williams Esports. 9 cars total on the lead lap. MSI Esports Red at the moment. It's been an intriguing race so far, as these competitors have made their way around the racetrack. Let's have the opportunity to look towards some of the highlights from hours 7 through 12.
White, because sometimes, especially in a race like this, where you're in the pitch blackness and so the Altus car got loose as well. The Bruxelles or Rivage, if you want to call it a different name. Now through the X of the corner. Oh, it wasn't. Oh, it was through Bruxelles. Quite a varied cuisine. So again, we're on the topic again. But speaking of, well, we do have a battle on track. There's P1 Esports losing the position to Arnage Competition through Lecum. They'll try and fight it back through the corners, but there's only so much they can do, considering.
I think if there were more field goals than tries in rugby competition or something. Anyway, Apex looking to make a move to get out of the sandwich.
There we go. They've escaped. It's all gone over. Apex continuing to hold on to this position. They're rightfully gaining. Woohoo! My word, what was that?
This could even be an inlet from the 92 that leads this 3-car train. Good speed through Blanchimont for Chris Lawham. Looking to the inside for the bus stop. And hey, I think that's maybe going to do the trick here. Down the inside, deep on the brakes. He puts himself in the middle.
What's going to happen is that Josh is going to switch with Tommy as they go into the Lacombe section on the entry. So now Josh is back into the lead. Cohen the car once again is going to make the move, and Bjorn is going to try to cover the inside and defend it, maybe?
No. And from the onboard happening there, maybe he's given up on the fuel saving. Looks like it. Pulling out down to the inside after several laps of shifting early and clutching it in. Up into 10th place for the Euro Esports HP, and I'm not thinking he's going to pass. So to take 2nd place back for MSI Esports Blue, Christian Lamella goes down the inside and right back onto the race.
Incredible highlights there with some of the action, some of the battles, as well as incidents throughout the past few hours or so, as it's been an intriguing race so far, where strategy is coming to play and It's been absolutely incredible the past couple weeks, the speed of Team Redline Red in particular, with Maximilian Benecke behind the wheel at the moment. They've been so consistent when it comes to their marks here at this racetrack, with how competitive they've been.
Yeah, I think both, I'm not going to say both, but Max Benecke, Holtzman, and John Ballmeyer have all been fast throughout their stints. As you're seeing now, Max Benecke in the car. They basically haven't given any room whatsoever for anybody within the competition to try to contest them. But the interesting scenario is that I think David Haynes brought it up quite well, is the fact that the pit stop factor can be played at the very end of this race. So there are some teams who can kind of cut it short, one pit stop, and cutting that pit stop within the final hour or 2 hours of this race will be key, because you kind of save from around 1 minute in terms of getting into and out of the pit stop, up to 1 hour, 1 minute and a half, 1 minute and 40, just to do like a half service, like some drivers probably would do.
I remember that coming into play a few years ago with the official 24 here at Spa as well, where drivers attempted that and were able to utilize that strategy to their advantage. As you see Benecke lapping by Josh Thompson. It takes a lot of effort and coordination, because when talking with a few of the drivers in the past, they've always said one of the difficult things to do has always been staying in sync as a team on the exact numbers you need to hit.
Yeah, it's kind of like Indianapolis of sorts, the Indy 500, where I covered the ISOWC, the ISOWC 500 a few hours ago. That you have to hit your numbers every single stint that you go, like 30 laps, 31 laps, of course in Indy. But if you come over here, let's just say you want to hit every stint 25, 26 laps, and the accumulation out of your pit stops eventually build up like a comfortable margin, where if you hit every single stint appropriately, you can cut it short and don't have to be concerned of going to the pit lane and maybe do a 20-minute pit stop or something like that, which in comparison to other teams would be a very, very huge time save and could get you the win.
By the way, pit stop coming in for Joshua K. Rogers. Let's go into SimSport Machine along with Tommy Osgaard in the Lego Technic Esports team. Both ducked down for their respective service. Those drivers making 24 and 25 laps respectively on their strategies, as you take a look from the purple room with Rogers trying to make that slow roll through to the pit lane, and it's such a slow crawl down this lane, trying to make sure you hit that speed limit of about 37, 38 miles per hour and not go too far over that limit.
Yeah, and the biggest problem is that, especially at this bottom portion, at this downhill portion, and I don't think that the Joshua is actually using the pit limiter, is that it gives you a little bit of time, but at the same point as he hands out the car to Mitchell de Jong, is that you have to manage the brakes quite well, as Joshua angrily throws the gloves out of his monitor. How dare you, Joshua Rogers, to be so mean with the gloves? And that gives you a little bit of time save, because on Spa, of all tracks, there is some substantial time save if you actually don't engage the pit limiter. If you just manage the throttling and the braking and maybe some clutching as well, you can, I think, save about 2 to 3 seconds per pit stop in comparison to using the pit limiter and the shifting strategy.
Very interesting indeed, some of the methods drivers have, as both the cars who've hit, by the way, have ducked down to swap drivers. Dion, as you see in the purple room for VRS going to SimSport, already off the jacks, and away he goes. Dave Warren has jumped into the Lego Technic car, and it's been an incredible year for Mitchell Dion in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series, especially since he's taken over the mantra of being the road course king over the past few races in eNASCAR competition.
Yeah, he basically stole what I was going to say, right? I was going to say now he's the crowned the new road king of eNASCAR. He's been doing really well on some ovals as well. I cannot remember what was his best position. I want to say second place, and I want to say the Charlotte race, but I could be very wrong. He was actually contending for Charlotte, but I think he got a crash. I cannot remember in full. But anyway, what Mitchell has been doing on the road course has been nothing short of phenomenal. And of course, not taking the merits of Bobby Zelensky, which is the road king in there, and his teammate at VRS Coenda, but the work he's been doing basically put everybody else on notice for the road courses.
Of course, coming away with the victories at Road America and COTA in that series. His best finish on an oval this campaign has been at Pocono, third place. That race at Charlotte indeed was involved in a spectacular incident at one point, finished 22nd in that respective event. But looking around and some of these drivers making their way around the circuit, this is R8G Esports. As right now they're running 13th position in a bit of a position battle with Logitech G-Altus Esports.
I'm amazed that Kozubon actually is making 26 laps on that Porsche. That's the most impressive mark I've seen so far.
He's approaching 27, in fact.
Yeah, of course, for a team that had some good promise at the earlier portions, I think we're even within the top 10, contending for P9 and 8. Of course, Quentin Vialate's spin on Brussels when he was actually in the car dampened a little bit of the performance out of the team and put a little bit of diminished the morale out of the team, but still within battle for the top 10. But Kozubon stretching it out to 27 laps. I think it is the car that went the longest so far of all cars in the grid.
Takes a lot of talent indeed to be able to hit that mark and hit it consistently. Well, we duck down this time. Yes, indeed, a bit of a bobble while doing so. As REG Esports will come down into lane for their scheduled stop from the top 13. Nice and clean run through the pit lane for them as well, as currently they are scored one lap down on the circuit. As you can see, the last pit stop lap on your ticker. Some of these competitors currently approaching their next windows at the moment with the next 5 or so laps. Others going to be able to go further ahead by a full stint at this mark for those in the 300s.
And you also see again the strategy of not using the pit stall, the pit limiter, trying to save as max time as you can possibly save. And I think you might give away the car back to Vlad. I'm interested to see. I think looking at the laps here, I think he's going to give back to Vlad Kimishev, but as Julian Sonnen actually is another option in here.
Yeah, Vialati also in the wings potentially, and yes, indeed, as you can see, he'll take off the gloves, and indeed, Quentin Vialati will jump into the car for the driver swap. So an air driver swap coming into play just past halfway mark or so, as some of these competitors are now starting to think about their stints in terms of how their driver rotations are going to play out, and that takes a lot of preciseness to be able to plan and double plan and then triple check the plan and then quadruple check the plan and then make sure you have a backup to the backup plan. It takes a lot to make sure you get everyone coordinated to be able to jump into the car and be able to feel things out with their teammates, as you see with the camera.
And now you can see Quentin back into the car. The only thing we don't ask for Quentin is spinning around the car like he did in his second stint. So if you can keep that car on track, I'm starting to see like a gray area where they could actually get into actual P10, but I think they might need a little bit more pace and maybe, just maybe, hit that 26 lap stint. Maybe three more times, where they can actually save fuel on the current P10, which is right now is the Lego Technic Esports team of Dane Warren. But of course, they are on off cycle, so everything can change in the next few minutes.
Yeah, a lot can change indeed, and the reason you mentioned the importance of top 10 again is that's among those positions which were in the prize pool for competitors. Again, first place 3,000 US, second 2,000, third $1,300 US, 800 for top 5 overall, $600 for 6 or 7, rounding out the top 10 from 8 through 10, $300. So all of that has to be on the minds of some of these teams. Position yourselves for that spot. As we take a look at MSI Esports, number 48 machine, they're closing on in to Williams Esports. They are on the same strategy as Josh Thompson right now.
Josh struggling very much with the last 2 laps. 18.588 and 18.645, now 18.406, whereas Ramiro's car is flying. Anything less than 18.3, 18.2, 18.1, and now 18.0 for the MSI Ferrari.
That pace not matching the totals of Beneke's 216s, yes, but position himself well to potentially get the slipstream up Al Rouge and Radion to the Camel straight for 6th position. MSI Esports machine going for the move to the right side. Thompson give the space, or will he try and contest it? No, MSI Esports able to outbrake them into the corner, move their way up into the 6th spot.
Yeah, I don't think Josh actually fought way too much. He just wanted to try to keep his line. He kind of knew that Alvaro was going to make the inside portion of the Lacombe section, so not a whole lot of time lost in the process, and still within a reasonable margin of the other cars in terms of fuel going to the odd hour. So I fully expect when they come to the pit lane, maybe hand out the car to one other driver, both Josh and Alvaro.
Nice, impressive move. MSI Esports having a very strong day with other machine 47 up 2nd spot. Was listening into the last segment, and of course, a lot of strength when it comes to MSI Esports and their organization, especially this year. Their endurance program has a lot of talent in it, and they've brought many competitors to the pro level over the past couple seasons of iRacing competition.
Yes, they did. You know, I think the work that's being put up by the high branch into the drivers has been really crucial of them getting results. I think their season at the Porsche Esports Super Cup was good, but it wasn't as great as it was in 2019, where Alejandro Sanchez got 3rd place in the overall standings. But still a very good season for both Salvatalans and Alejandro, and it proves the other guys who are just as fast and just as ready to come to these events. I was mentioning it's good to see MSI back with a really good lineup and continuing with teams like Coenda, Apex, and Redline for top 3s and even win spots.
As seen on the left side of your screen, Pure Sims Esports and Launch Competition, as well as Venable Sim Racing, all completing service this time by. Most subscribers have completed their service, and some have gone for driver swaps. But you flip the coin to Williams Esports, John Thompson. Thompson's really impressed me, and with how he's been able to improve his driving in the past year or so, with especially at the end of the past season. He looked strong, he was able to get consistent runs, and when it comes to his endurance starts, he's been able to position himself into a very sizable position each and every time I've seen him on the racetrack.
I think it is the pressure of not being in Pask anymore, because Josh, I joke with him sometimes. He was a driver that was really fast, really committed, but he was marred with bad luck this first half of the year. And now that he got into the endurance events, he liked to race endurance a little bit, and I think he found his stride and found the pace a little bit. Of course, not the fastest driver around here, but I think he's one of the drivers that has clocked the most laps overall in terms of all drivers. So doing a really solid job, the British driver, who's about to come to the pit lane about 4 or 5 laps. So keep it up.
Approaching their 22nd laps of their stints for this battle for 6th position still. They are approaching a bit of traffic ahead that will move to the pit lane themselves in Carbon Simsport. See how Thompson fares things out if he elects to use the MSI Esports machine to save, or if he's able to get the pole here. I've noticed as well with today that the Ferrari is looking very dialed in. Of course, performance adjustments for today's event included various adjustments for all the manufacturers with ballast adjustments, fuel capacities, as well as power. But you can tell the Ferraris have done a very impressive job in terms of their performance today. As you can see, the MSI Esports machine able to get a little bit of a pull, that time up the Kemmel Straight.
I think the fact that the Ferrari is one of the cars that kept its maximum power, near maximum power, is at 97.75% power, but the minimal ballast, where every other car got some big ballast, like the BMW got 35 kilos and is 97.5. Mercedes at 20 kilos. The 911 GT3 are in 20 kilos as well. Everybody but the Ferrari, I think, brought the Ferrari into being the ugly duck into the beautiful swan. So that's why, if we're talking about GT3 cars without a Bob, it's surprising to see a Ferrari up in the top.
And obviously with the red line machines, Ferraris for this event, they've done their homework to figure out, okay, which car will maximize performance or fuel stints, but also fit the driving styles of all the drivers involved. And that's so very critical in the planning stages of saying, okay, which car are we going to utilize for an event such as this? As PL Racing Team Euronics has stepped down to the pit lane, as you see on the ticker, but it takes a lot of planning to sort things out. It's not just as simple as, okay, we're going to choose this car and stick with it. You have to be able to make those adjustments, as you see the PL Racing Team Euronics machine roll to the lane.
Yeah, and I think what's really good about it is 2 factors. First, this BOP, I think it's much better than what the iRacing BOP did. It brought a more even level field with all cars being able to run similar lap times, whereas in the iRacing 24 Spot 24 we saw the BMW being the best car by a long shot of everybody else. Of course, there is a car that the BMW here might be nerfed in comparison to what it was on the official Spot 24, but still can run similar laps to what the other cars are running. So the work that I've said already, the work that Ronald Grossman, Dominic Engel, Marius Golovac have been doing to keep everybody leveled and listen to the feedback out of the teams and drivers has been real phenomenal.
As you see, Beneke in for his scheduled service. Buddy in his stall. Getting some water as well to make sure he stays hydrated. That's so very important when it comes to these drivers. A couple air drivers will also come down this time. Team Redline Blue, as well as the Apex Racing Team machines. Those competitors now rolling in for their scheduled stops. So, as you can tell, Beneke, nice, cool, and collected with how things have fared out. Off and away, and this is a double stint on the tires this time.
Yeah, very much on the money what Redline has been doing on everybody else in the gridding. So let's see what Beneke's pace would be with these worn out tires. We saw Rogers with the worn tires has been really fast and kept up with the MSI Blue team, as now he's in the pit lane. Sorry, not him, but the red line blue car has been pit lane, but what Roger's been doing has been phenomenal as well.
Yeah, you're right. Been impressive, to say the very least, how they've done. All these competitors, as double stint is in indeed for many of these competitors now, as Beneke gets rolling. Several more are in their boxes. Zach Campbell on with Vecchio in the respective cars. So you see Yanni making sure he drinks his water as well. Nice, cool setup as well with the triple monitors.
Yeah, his setup is somewhat unique of sorts. But for me, what's more interesting is the fact that he's the first driver of all drivers I've seen in the grid who's actually going to do a quadruple stint. Not in tires. He's actually put tires in this pit stop, but in terms of going for the field in the time stint, is the first one who might go 2 times double stint.
Why do you feel that is for him to take this longer stint time for this part of the race, in your opinion?
I think it was kind of programmed, because on the early, he was, let's just say, on normal conditions, he would have done the early portion that Jeff Giassi did. So Jeff actually drove in his stead. I think it was kind of agreed upon, because Gianni's trying to go for the Porsche Sport Super Cup. He participated in the qualifying race, the Super Qualifier. So it's going to be interesting to see how Gianni can keep it very consistent and fast for about 4 hours, roughly. So it's not easy, because Spa is one of those tracks that demands big attention every single lap that you do, especially at the night. So doing 2 stints is very hard and complicated, let alone 4 stints in total.
Especially with the fatigue that can come into play too. Indeed. Right now that car scored 6 with several drivers. Expect to come in the next few laps. MSI Esports 47, currently approaching the end of their 26th cycle, approaching 27 laps. MSI Esports 48 car approaching 25 laps. Williams Esports machine, they have broken the toe of Thompson from behind. G Altus Esports has also elected to come down for service, putting Florian behind the wheel of their number 43. Taking a look now at the 3rd place car, and he's been hitting his stride. Been running 0.2 a lap quicker over the past few laps. Over the past 5, he's been averaging 0.4 a lap quicker.
And that's impressive to say the very least, right?
It's very impressive indeed. Especially since it can be very tricky to break that toe, Lorenzo, and it's so critical at a drafting track such as this, with the runs not just down the Kemmel Straight, but Blanchimont.
Yeah, especially getting out of Blanchimont and trying to negotiate with the other driver and see where you're going to stand if you're going to do an overtake or something like that. So being consistently faster by 2/10, 3/10 of a second, if you accrue that every single lap that you do, and if you do that for a full stint, doing quick mathematics over here, that's nearly 10 seconds if I recall correctly, if I done my mathematics correctly. So it's impressive, you know. But then what is the point of saving 10 seconds if it is just going to be one stint, and then you might have to go for that extra pit stop and you lose everything really quickly, as we see Lamella in the pit lane for his first pit stop.
Team as well getting a chance to drink some water. Everybody wanting to make sure they stay hydrated.
The only problem I think, Justin, is that David Hayne is not going to appreciate that nobody is drinking energy drinks.
I mean, I'm not an energy drink person myself, I'll be honest.
Same. Like when I'm racing, I probably gonna drink water or some kind of a juice, because you want lighter stuff. So it's okay for you to be more lighter and don't go for energy drinks, because they can kind of wear you out pretty much fast. But for commentary, I like to use energy drinks, but I'm just like poking a little bit of fun.
I know you are a little bit indeed. And different strokes for different folks. Indeed. One driver did get a bit of energy drink for hearing for water. Yanni Vecchio as well. So you think about as well. Some of these drivers cycle the around the racetrack. Williams Esports, Urano Esports have come down for their scheduled stops as well. 26 and 27 laps, respectively, on their stints.
Interested to see.
Go ahead.
Interested to see who joins the Williams Esports car, who takes it away from Josh Thompson over here, because he's been quite a while. I was looking over here. He's been quite a while in that car, and we haven't seen anybody since Arturo Hook nearly 100 laps back.
I believe they are indeed going to go for a driver swap.
And it's Lehook again.
Yes. It seems they have designated Thompson and Lehook. Drivers going along with the drivers down the Kemmel Straight. Meanwhile, there is that car in the box. Nicholas Lobish, who has really impressed me as well as someone who is really developed as a road course racer, is also ducked down for service. They will also change hands in the 94 machine.
Yeah, Nicholas.
Andre Melchers, yes.
Yeah, Nicholas has been working very hard on the GT side of things. I did see him try to take the IR1 for the qualifiers, I think, back at Hockenheim, and he failed. Poor Nicholas, gonna pick on them for that. He failed miserably up to the point he actually beached the car on the exit of Saxkata. But his work on GT has been phenomenal. I think he's been one of the staples for Urano in terms of consistency, clean driving, and working the GT cars regardless of what the brand it is in the car. So props to Nicholas so far.
Mentioned Andre Melchers now will drive behind the wheel of that machine. They're both also expected to duck down this time by after making 27 laps in their respective stint as off and away. Machines following along with the battle with 14th position on the left side of your screen. R8G Esports machine has joined the fight. The Porsche Sport machine is on a different tire strategy and does have a little bit of damage to the left side. It's William Chadwick who's trying to defend at the moment. See how things fare out in this fight as the youngster Violati trying to keep within range and set things up.
Looking a little bit aggressive out of La Source Violate, so I think he's not going to wait a moment longer as he's going to go down into the All Rouge and then up the Radion and maybe set up the move on William Chadwick over there.
Bit of a bobble that time through El Rouge and Radion, costing a little bit of time, so it may be a little bit of the reset. Keep in mind the Porsche Sport machine is expecting to come in, and I think Violati has realized that time he clutched hard before hitting the brakes to enter its comb and that corner before making their way through Melody as well. So they are utilizing a bit of the clutch before hitting the brakes here to make sure they save a little bit of fuel knowing this car has to come in.
Yeah, that was a small clutch lifting coasting for Violati into the entry of Lacune. Saves a small fraction of fuel. It isn't a big save as he puts up the pressure, try to go Pujon, and apparently Chadwick not yielding one bit.
Starting to get a little bit impatient here, going for the move this time. This is a spot where drivers during the official 24 tried it a couple times. Violati not going to be able to make it stick on the right side of the racetrack, now going off to campus. And once again, the Porsche Sport car is approaching 26 laps. The lights are starting to flicker a bit, so the frustration is starting to build up here. Violati has to keep in mind this car's ducking down either way pretty soon.
Yeah, why be aggressive in probably one of the trickiest portions of the track for you to overtake? as now he's going to go into the braking, and we know probably for a fact that Will is actually going to tuck into the pit lane.
There he goes.
Everything that, I'm just going to sum it up. All the Violati's done is basically lose time trying to overtake and unnecessarily.
Well, he was over the back bumper of the Porsche Sport machine. Give him that, where he felt like it looked like double conscious that he was picking up speed. But just the timing wasn't in the best of situations there as Chadwick rolls his way through the lane. Keep in mind, Violati has to try and close up a few second gap to him and one of the Launch Altus Esports machines, so that may be on his mind as well.
The only problem is that Nomeyer is actually on the same strategy. Only 2 laps more in terms, less in terms of fuel than him.
Good point.
Sorry, not 2 laps, 7 laps. Nomeyer, yeah, just got out of the pit lane. Apologies.
The way the Porsche Sport machine you see taking their service. Does a lot when it comes to rear world sports and of course. Every time there's a Porsche involved in a race, a Porsche Sport involved. We're cheering on the Porsches.
And doing really good so far as we see William going for an alternate strategy in the seat, probably taking a little bit of a bio break before he gets back into the car. There he is. Now Will is back.
I was about to say he needed to get himself back in that seat before he got rolling. Taking the time to be able to make sure he's all good to go and take the time to get the tires as well. So able to get that done very quickly without taking too long in the pit lane. It's 1 minute and 9 seconds for their service. Chadwick off and away and ready to roll.
And I think he's another driver that is going for quadruple spinning. Yeah, he is.
Yeah, since lap 270, he's been in the car.
Impressive. I think he was the driver. I'm trying to remember. I think he was the driver back in Creventic Endurance Series at Hockenheim. I think that was going for 12 hours of stints. If I going for the full 12 hours, if I recall correctly. I could be wrong. I want to look it up, but I know Williams is already used with really, really big stints.
Making his way through Sector 2 right now. Currently this car now scored down in 21st position, time being after their service. Getting to where it's the rhythm pattern of this race, where it's very dark and it's difficult to hit your marks. Your pitch black darkness, and keep in mind, the sun's not going to come up for another few hours. So you have to be able to keep yourself laser focused still in the darkness with just the lights of the cars around, keeping things lit up around the circuit.
Yeah, so this was one of the points I was trying to talk with David, because this is one of the few tracks that you rely of sorts in visual cues. Of course, every track you have some reference, but this you easily lose your visual cue than anything else. So it demands that you train on the track, as we see the number 18 spit in, and I'll finish up if you want to take this one.
Yes, indeed, Jesse Stevens with the small spin before he bounced off the barrier. And you can see with the darkness, just a little bit of mistake right there, and bye-bye.
Oh, and that's a big, nearly rejoining the track quite dangerously right there. I think was that the Apex team that was actually on the Lecumbe section of Vendaval? The delivery does look similar.
Yeah, it was Dakota Fripp. he was able to dodge there. As back to live pictures, the Porsche Sport Machine running by the 4th overall car. Honey Vecchio. Go. Team Redline Blue. Gotta love the colors when it comes to some of these teams. What comes into the mindset of saying, okay, I want you in the red car, I want you in the blue car? What kind of dictates that a little bit, so to speak, if you get what I mean, in terms of trying to find the right pairings from driver to driver for a specific car?
Maybe chemistry and driving style. Or I want to say these two, but maybe also availability comes into play right here as well. Trying to fill the right gaps.
It does. Definitely plays in.
But here's the thing: you talk about. I think Redline is a really good example. The red car, the Beneke's car, is basically been the same lineup. I think hasn't had a single change. Maybe in the past, I want to say 2 years, because I haven't seen any drastic changes in seeing Ballmeyer, Holt. Maybe the biggest addition might be Holtzman in this lineup, because he was from Red Bull Esports and came into Redline. And but other than that, seeing Benecke and Jonas Ballmeyer, one of the biggest pairings in terms of GT racing and sim racing in general, driving that red car. I'm trying to remember who was the third guy in the Redline tripod that ran SCO last season, but they haven't had major lineup changes, and the chemistry was just right there.
That chemistry is so important, because with a lot of teams, and speaking with a lot of drivers from multiple different disciplines, while at the highest levels of iRacing, you have to have a lot of commitment, yes, and be able to take things serious at the same time, Lorenzo. It's so important to be able to have a team feel like a family, as some have described. To be able to have that great chemistry and camaraderie and be strong friends with one another. That's been something that's been pointed a lot out in recent times.
Yeah, and I'll bring you back to Redline for another good example. The blue team, I think for me, is the best example. For example, Vecchio and Lulem, they always do something together. They always are either racing together just for the fun and memes, while they're either one is streaming, or they're playing other or game FPS games like Call of Duty, Counter-Strike. They're always playing together, building up their rapport, and eventually, if you get that rapport, you understand how each driver is actually doing. You extract the max out of it, and adding Jeff Giassi to the team, who's trying to qualify for them in the IR1, is just great, as we're seeing another Brazilian in Sueli Almeida in the satellite racing, the Moradnes satellite racing.
And he is battling for position with the Mercedes. That is Lucas Simsport in front, currently for 27th position. Rough time for satellite racing when it comes to their time at Spa the past couple weeks. In the official 24, involved in early trouble with this car. And they have some solid talent.
Yep.
Almeida behind the wheel for Dallas Pataska, who has been around for the past few years. Gabriel Roos, Abscal has driven this car as well. They've got strong talent in the lineup. And right now, that car wants to go for the move to the right side and move them up to 27th position.
And basically, this is the pairing of satellite racing and the Moradnes racing. Because I know Daniel Morad has some good contacts in satellite racing. He raced them for them in a few events before, so it's a little bit of a technical partnership. And of course, it is the streaming group of Daniel Morad and aligning with them. So it's fun to see that they're still having a good car, trying to finish up within top 30 in this race, because their weekend so far has been abysmal. Like in the ISO WC, both satellite cars and Adam Crane's Hyundai couldn't finish up the race. So it would give a little bit of a morale boost to see the car in the GT side of things, in the road side of things, finishing up the race.
It'd be a big pick-me-up. And great momentum, too.
Yeah.
Make things very positive on that side of things as well. Of course, many of these drivers very much enjoying themselves. Too, you have to consider with these battles for position. They on board with the 99 machine. Their driver at the moment, you can see just how that lighting is in that room, a little bit dark, but as well, just the brightness of the headlights in the car in front. The main thing they can see down the front straight away.
Yeah, and I think another big thing over here is the fact that VRS is using single monitors instead of the bigger choice of everybody going for triples, using a little bit of a wider monitor than some of the other drivers.
Very interesting, because a lot of drivers these days like to go triples, quad monitors, some to VR. It comes a lot to preference. You have to keep in mind, but also affordability.
Yeah, because for you to go for a rig like triples, you kind of have to not waste, but I don't know why I said waste, but invest quite of a lengthy amount of money. It's like triples is nearly $1,000 to say the least, plus the mount. Try to fit it within a rig, and the rig might be costly as well if you don't have one. You might not have the space. If you do, it has to be one of like aluminum to fit the rigidness out of the force feedback pushing to the monitors and keep everybody up. So it does give you some effective costing, and some people might not have it. I don't use triples whenever I'm racing. I actually have a single with the dual monitor setup that I actually have right here. So I just everybody try to make best what they have at this current moment.
Where are you looking where monitors cost that much, though?
It does. All right, here's the thing. It's an interesting topic because like if you want to grab like an ultra wide or something like that and have just that curved monitor, you might go for a 60 hertz monitor and maybe pay $100. I'll put that hypothetically, right?
Yep.
But if you're going for triples, what usually people want to do is grab usually the 144 monitors, which kind of gives you a good refresh rate, and to make it a little more pleasing, aesthetically pleasing in the eyes, and give it a little bit of strain whenever you're driving with 60. So the investment goes up a little bit. And some other drivers like to go for 126 or 177 or even 240 monitors. And if you go for 240, I have a 240, but I got it with discount when I was employed for a big company. But if you go for 240, like some drivers do, it becomes a real big investment. So it is more in terms of preference, but the large majority of who goes for triples try to go either for 120 to 144 monitors, and that's already costly by itself.
Wow. You definitely know your monitors.
Yeah, that's what happens when you game too much. Not just iRacing.
Yeah. This battle's still staying close, by the way, but it's definitely intriguing where you do a lot of research in terms of these setups to make sure you get everything dialed in too. Like someone who's used VR for racing in the past personally as well, where it allows you to be able to look wherever you want to look, and that took a long time to adjust because I remember one of the first times with it, I think it was a 3-wide moment in the stock car, and was going through the dog leg at Phoenix Raceway. for those who do not know, Phoenix Raceway is a bit of a unique oval where you can, with that layout at a time, down the back straightaway at the moment for that track, dive down on the apron, legally in, many drivers go as low as possible. Remember the call being 3 wide, and I looked over my right shoulder thinking, wait, we're 3 wide. All of a sudden, and turned around. And in that same race, too, it's like, okay, I gotta check something with this to make sure everything works properly. 3 seconds later, the front of the car's in the wall. So it takes a lot of time to get used to the VR side of things, too.
Yeah, that's what I personally dislike VR, because I do have difficulty to see far and close, and it does get blurry for me, especially close. I have astigmatism, and the fact that the light is already like reflecting to my eyes, that brightness, for me, I cannot handle that. But it goes for personal experience from my side. But some other guys like to do it. They like the immersion, and it does feel comfortable for them, even though, again, it is tiring on the eyes. They have to put up some masks to try to avoid the sweat going around and affecting the eyes a little bit or something like that. So it's a one that comes more like a personal choice.
Yeah, it takes a lot of decision making when it comes to that, and get all to the preferences and comfortability of these drivers. Yep, looking very comfortable when it comes to this battle. Keep in mind, as the car behind still staying within range of the draft. Drivers running 2:18s in terms of the range, so a solid pace for these competitors. But as mentioned, they are offset on strategy by 3 laps. Keep that in mind. These cars for position once last cars remaining on the circuit at the moment.
What's more interesting is that Aswalio is actually catching Piotr Matuszczak. I've been here for 4 hours, people. I'm going to butcher some names at this point of the race. So the Carbon Sim Sport has done nearly a full lap slower than Aswalio did. So we can actually see a battle for P26 brewing up.
That's actually a good point. They are just up the road a little bit, and they're on near the same cycle. So Ada's doing a really good job pushing on forward to reel in that gap to Carbon. As we have just passed 11 hours to go. How time flies. Darkness of the nighttime. The track conditions stay fairly cool for our competitors. Those just tuning in. Virtual Racing School Sports Car Open 24 Hours of Spa. Race leader is once again Team Redline Red with MSI Esports, followed by VRS Quenda Simsport, Team Redline Blue, the Lego Technic Esports team, Apex Racing Team, Buell Racing Team, Euronics, MSI Esports, rounding out the top 8. Currently just 6 cars are on the lead lap. On various strategies around the racetrack, keep in mind your top 2 are on double stints for their tires. The rest of the top 8 did take tires the last stop. Bit of a mistake that time. Working the Bruxelles, get a bit of the grass that time. Was Almeida allowing the 99 machine to reel back in the gap just a little bit.
And the gap between him and Carbon actually wind up about 0.2 of a second, roughly, with that small fumble from the Brazilian driver. One thing I really am interested to look into the next, I want to say in the next 15 laps for, is actually MSI Blue, because we saw when Joshua Rogers is in the car and Christian actually took over, is that Josh kept really close on that Ferrari for the number 47, right? So we should look up on that whenever Dion comes into the pit lane, and then Lamella actually switches car to someone else.
Very interesting indeed. And it continuing to stay within this draft, which is very critical. A little bit of a bobble once again coming off the final chicane that time. Well done.
Kind of back to status quo on the last lap. 3 seconds separates both drivers.
Yeah, just matching the pace right now.
Yeah, one driver. Sorry, I was just gonna say one driver who's doing really good on his distance so far, and keeping the competitor at bay. The direct competitor is actually the Siren car. We're in 9th place. Mark Perez last laps have put quite of a gap on Artur Lehouk's BMW. Nearly 0.3 of a second faster than Lehouk, nearly per lap.
Very solid clip. Some of the drivers have dropped their pace to the 217s. Majority of your top competitors. I have to say, I love the color scheme when it comes to some of these cars, especially in the nighttime. It's an art form to be able to design a paint scheme, to be able to match the colors, of course, of the branding, obviously, but also stylize it in a way that is artistically sound.
Yeah, make it everything visual, visible, and aesthetically pleasing for everybody. I think one of the things that helps quite a lot is also the spec maps. So whenever you're trying to go for chrome on some of these cars, as we're seeing the number 30 car, that I think that is a Ryan race team coming down on the turn for his pit stops. As Mike Dam is in the car at the moment, might go for his first pit stop right here. So double stint tires.
And the last car on track. Ryan Race team having an interesting night. To say the very least, the only driver 4 laps down at the moment. So looking to take advantage of attrition. This race has stayed very calm for the time being. Things expecting to pick up. The sun rising, usually the urgency rises for some of these teams. The hillside once more, they go in the battle for 27th position. Sim Sport to ride on by about 5 car lengths behind, and was talking with a fellow announcer earlier today, and they mentioned one of the main things about this track is you don't want to get too close in the Kemmel string or up the Kemmel straight in terms of the draft, but you also don't want to be too far back in that section, if you get what I mean, because get too close, there's a mistake, say, and El Rouge and Radion checks you up, you're not able to build up the run. Too far back, not able to make the lunge. So you need to be in that middle ground to be able to have a true shot at a move if you want to do so.
Yeah, it's that thing that I think the car adjustment plus the situation that you are faced within the other individuals on track might play out in the fact that if you want to go for the lunge or not, or if you want to try to save fuel or not, depending on how the pace of the other guy that is in front of you it is, right? So I've always found Kemmel Straight very intriguing. Yeah, some people say the Kemmel Straight is the fastest portion of the track. In terms of pure speed, it is, I think, close. It is the fastest, but I think Blanchimont can kind of put up a little bit of an effects right here, depending on what car you are. Maybe GT3 is a Camel; it is going to be the fastest, but it is interesting, you know, how you try to negotiate that straight, because you go directly to Lecum's, and Lecum is very easy for you to make a mistake, especially in these GT3 cars if you overcommit.
Absolutely right. In competitors, take one little bobble, they go off in towards that grass. In turn, already seen the one mistake in this segment where driver slammed into the right side wall just with a little bit too much speed to the corner. Need to be precise on the brakes to be able to get the job done properly. 99 machine really got a strong run this time up the Kimball straight. Not close enough to make the move though. A little bit early on the brakes, and indeed that looks to be the signs of the fuel save coming into play. You also have to remember, we talked about this earlier, the car in front, they are slowly trying to reel in. Do you think these two can work together to say, you know what, let's not fight for too long or at all, and just try and make this a three-way scrap instead of a two-car battle?
I think so. I think that's what Yannick probably thought on Australia right now. Let him push. I'll stay behind if necessary. We'll do something to work out. If Australia makes a mistake, I'll give him the draft. He passes by and we get closer and try to go for another spot, because they've been pretty much similar in terms of fuel. The car that has the most fuel is actually the carbon car, and the last fuel is the Fuga car and the Fuga AMG. So really interesting scenarios it is playing out, because right now Australia is doing the hard work and he's actually getting closer. But I think on this lap it kind of leveled out the ground a little bit. It won't be a major gain.
Not too big of a gain, but it is still gains. That's the positive. Just want to be able to gain time and be able to push on forward. Last time by, keep in mind these Roberts did gain of 3/4 on Carbon Sim Sport. It's all just chipping away. That time only about a 10th picked up on that battle for position. Seen a fair bit of Carbon, believe, during official competition last week as well. So it's car, keep in mind, that does have some decent drivers. Just a matter of finding luck. And right now they're trying to stay in front of these two.
I'm trying to remember. I'm drawing blanks right here. I think Carbon was actually involved in an incident also in the official top mode.
I believe so, yes. I believe you're correct. Remember them being involved in some trouble with their car.
I really don't want to say if it was on my portion, if it was earlier, but I do remember seeing them in the top split last time by.
Yes. Lamborghini up in front. Either way, they've done a solid job to be able to keep their car on the racetrack, hit their marks throughout this stint.
Alright, this is interesting for me. I'm looking at something right here. Gianni is actually gaining on Mitchell Dion right now. And Mitchell is due to pit in about 2 to 3 laps.
There is an offset of about 7 laps on their strategies. But that's going to be definitely interesting in the next few hours to keep an eye on, absolutely.
Yeah, because Gianni, when he opened up the lap, he was right around 3 seconds on that number 191 Porsche. Now the gap is right around 2.8 to nearly going to 2.7 seconds between Gianni and Mitchell. So there, I don't know if it is some slight struggles from Mitchell on his latter portion of this thing. He's been fast on his mid portion. Just the latter portion where you expect to see the car to be slightly quicker, it's just not being that. He reached the plateau on the mid 17s, whereas Gianni just hit a 17 points, like nearly a 17 flat.
And that's flying around here. To be running in the 217 flats or quicker. Young 217.3. That gap is being chipped away. Yanni, that may take a couple stints to fully play out, but there is still a chance. Team Redline Blue move on forward. Keep in mind, first hour of the official action, it came to the blue car. They were involved in a bit of contact from behind, and the source that they ended up having to go off cycle and off strategy by taking less fuel at one point to be able to get back to the Team Redline red machine, and it took them essentially the entire race to be able to match back up that strategy.
And it's funny that the both teams have been kind of like mimicking the same strategies, right? That Redline has been going for the 6 lap offset, and Coanda basically going at the same time into the pit lane. And there has been some talks. I think me and David were talking about this, and David more specifically mentioned that Redline could be saving a pit stop right here towards the latter portion of the race. So that could be big, you know, seeing that Redline is playing that fuel game, that number game better than Coanda. So it's an interesting one.
Yun trying to hold on to this third position still. But if they can indeed succeed in cutting out that pit stop, it'd surely be a very, very strong task to do so.
You can even see now Vecchio on behind him on the frame.
So he is getting closer and closer. About half a straightaway away.
About a tenth of a second faster on the previous lap, so Dion managed to fight back a little bit.
And do you think it's just in terms of the pace that's starting to come into play a little bit for Dion, or is it more so you think someone's saying, okay, we've got this car catching us, you have to push?
Good question. I don't think if there's talks about being pressured or something like that, I don't think they are pressured per se, right? I think they're still trying to find that long race and see where they're going to be standing in the next, maybe in the final 6 hours. Because what happened is, like I mentioned, Joshua Rogers was actually really close to Christian Lamella when Lamella came out, and Rogers was on his final stint. He was so good up to the point that if we're talking about relative gains, they gain about 10 seconds on the MSI Blue car on the long run. If they keep doing that, it kind of brings up to the fact that the MSI Blue, maybe in the final 3 pit stops, could be in danger of losing that second spot in the long run. So I don't think they are like pressure with the fact that Johnny's being quicker. I think they're just trying to hit a certain number to be comfortable and say we might gain on MSI Blue if we just play our cards right. And Redline might have to pick up the scrap. They might have to catch up a little bit.
Go on with the fuse once more. It's from Vecchio. See how dark that room is now getting with these cars. And it looks like at the very least he's looking at the top monitor, I believe, that's set up there as pit stop in front of them. Dion has come in, making it 26 laps.
I really want to say that top monitor that Johnny has, he used that top monitor usually for streaming and watch his Twitch chat. I think that is this Discord right now with Jeff and Lulum in the car, just giving back some information or some messages. I want to believe that, but I could be wrong. As you now see De Jong just doing the hairpin and going down the hill.
And Purple Room in the Purple House, of course, very much talked about. VRS Gwen Sim Sport set up, of course, dedicated house such as this is a very impressive thing, to say the very least. Keep on waiting for a driver to poke out from behind and do a cartwheel or something, but yeah. But right now it looks like Yun's being given all the space he needs to just relax and focus on his marks.
Yeah, I think more importantly is that the fact that me and David, we were joking, whoever saw the carpet for VRS going up, because flying purple carpets is not common, is unusual, is a very rich man at this current moment.
It's a very unique purple to Coanda.
True.
Very iconic as well. So if you don't get the purple right, it's so important. As you can see, off and away, 41-2. He was getting a bit of a drink of water. We've seen and noticed, I think, okay, I have to go to be able to hit my mark. The second he got the signal, okay, I can get off the jacks.
And a second faster in the stall than in the side loop.
Very
and overall as
interesting.
well.
Yeah. Lauren Dard and Launch Gialto C Sports 43 had a bit of a quicker stop the last time of 40.6. Well, Dane Warren, keep in mind, also came in for service that lap. So right now, Mitchell DeYoung only cycled to 6th. The rest of these drivers expected to come in the next 6 to 8 laps, give or take.
And again, I want to see how Mitchell, if it actually gets close within that MSI blue car, which we're kind of like doing within the pit lane in the next 6 laps, 7 laps, to see where does he stay in comparison to that Ferrari, and can he keep close like Joshua did?
It's a good question. And it can be tricky to keep close as look at some of the more drivers. This is Mark Perez. He's currently in 8th position. Dane Warren in front. Warren just out of the pits. Perez off cycle to him by about 16.5, 17 laps. A nice setup there with his wheel as well. Various shelves around him.
Yeah, basically, he's the first driver that I see which has a driving style, not the driving style, but the driving position similar to mine. You know, low seat position, arms basically bent about 45 degrees, the wrist a little bit held positioned higher than usual, nearly to the eyes, where the monitor might be close to the eyes of the driver. Some people say that this kind of position kind of puts some strain in your wrist, especially during the long runs. But again, it's all kind of part of the comfort for the driver, trying to see where he is comfortable trying to push up the car to the very max. But again, all driver preferences. We saw multiple driving positions for multiple drivers like Maxime Briand and also Taj Edwards, to name a few names.
Went for the move this time. To the left side of the racetrack, Mark Perez. Latch onto the draft and make the move. Move Perez up one more spot. Clears on by Foley. Dane Warren now falls right on behind. Warren is on older tires. That's well in this respective stint. Went for the double stint once more. A little ways up to be able to get to Mitchell DeYoung, but Perez focused on his marks at the moment, it looks like. Elati is also ducked in this time by RPG Esports machine. Noting as well, things are getting a bit close for 11th position. Pylon. Those drivers getting very close to one another. Florian Denard trying to hold on in front. Dodge competition. Trying to go on the chase.
Yeah, a little bit of a switchback. The train, all right, can we name this train? But the two cars from Altus are actually back at it. At least one of them is back at it against Arnage. I think the last one was actually the other car of the Audi, if I recall correctly, instead of the Lamborghini that is actually batting. As you see now, Carlos Dieguez from Arnage competition chasing through the French of Florian Menard down Pouhon.
And for his opportunity to be able to pounce, they are on a bit of an offset of 4 or 5 laps on strategy. Still valuable positioning for these respective drivers. Has been a gap that's been slowly chipped away, I've noticed, from a couple seconds back. Able to reel in Denard. And Florian, a very talented driver. Carlos, also a very competitive racer. Running in the 2:17.3, some of the quickest lap times on the circuit. Will he try and get the move done out of Blanchimont is the question. A bobble this time. Defensive this time. From Denard. And Carlos Dieguez forced to follow on behind. Elected to go a little bit earlier on the brakes that time by just trying to stay smooth on his marks now. We'll have some traffic ahead as well in the Porsche Sport machine that they have latched onto the draft up.
And you can see Dieguez trying to take the sweat out of his hands, because sometimes the sweat is very important. As you can see, I think he's using a very different grip than normally it is on the steering wheel. I want to say maybe that is a Fanatec-like wheel, or even a Fanatec wheel for your Arnage competition. Remembering that our Arnage competition is basically the AAA esports team that ran SCO last season in the GTEs. They adjusted it under a new branding, but the majority of the drivers kind of retained for Arnage, so good to see them still driving and strong as a team, as Dieguez elected to stay back at the Lacombe section, not going for the move.
Again, expecting him to come either this time or next time by, so might be thinking about that in terms of his positioning. Still be great to get the move done. They are on different tire strategies too. Denard on double stint. Dieguez took tires last time, so something to definitely keep within the complexion of the picture. Dieguez just being very patient here too. We talked about this earlier, where if you know you have a car coming into pit, or know you're coming into pit, that can factor on in. It looks like that patience is where he's saying, you know what, I'm going to use him to save a little bit before I go into the box, rather than the method of trying to push.
Yeah, you know, it's like we said, it's a chess game of sorts, right? You're trying to play as patiently as possible and see if the opening to conquer the king and queen will be actually available for you to take. As we're probably going to see Dieguez coming to the pit lane as he goes into the first leg of the bus stop, and there he goes into the pit lane. We'll go to number 33 out of the Arnage competition, the BMW, going for the service.
See that smartness, he to make sure he gets himself into the lane, doesn't put himself into a risky position. Approaching 10.5 hours to go and closing competitors right now. What do you think he's thinking about right now? It looks like he's thinking about something on his mind there as he makes his way down this pit lane. What do you think goes to the mind of a driver when they're preparing for a stop like this?
If you're on the downhill, don't miss your pit box.
Yeah, it's so easy to roll through it.
I'm sorry. Yeah, apologies. It's one of the easiest things you can do is over brake, and it is like by a slight margin in your pit box, because it is on the downhill. Is sometimes you either clutching it in to try to save like a small amount of fuel, or you're trying to keep it as safe as possible, and you just simply miss it just because of a small fraction loss of focus.
What are cars coming in? Pure Sims Esports, Venable Sim Racing. By the way, you see some of those competitors just dump the pit lane. But indeed, Intel is trying to make sure everything's in sync here, expecting him to potentially get rolling soon here, and indeed, a 42.8. Nice and slow out of the pit box he rolls. And starting to see a little bit of lightness in the sky, you may notice, by the way.
Yep.
So it's starting to get a little bit brighter. We are at 5 a.m. in sim time. So sunrise is slowly but surely approaching, and the visibility will pick up fairly soon for some of these drivers, as well as the track temperatures.
And what you just saw right there was actually the Carbon Sim Sport, who got overtook by Sueli Almeida in the Moradnes Satellite E-Stars car. So that number 64 machine moving up one spot, and now is back to coming to see if we can actually fight back.
On lap 339, they were able to make the pass, the run up the Kemmel Straight. Now, they fall behind once again, the Pure Sims Esports machine in this line. And we were talking about that gap being chipped away slowly but surely by a few tenths a lap, finally able to do so, and you can tell. Now they're latching onto the draft of the car in front on a different lap cycle, and this is exactly what I think they may have been looking for. Just be able to run away and utilize the draft of Pure Sims Esports.
Yeah, because Suelio is going to be able to maybe save a slight amount of fuel right there. I don't know if he's going to be able to go for 26, 27 laps, like so many of the cars are, but the job that Suelio has done in this has been nothing but amazing. Suelio, I think, has been probably in his best year so far in terms of a racing driver. Won the Porsche Canada Carrera Cup Canada. Won a few, has contended for championships in a few league races, leagues here in Brazil. Participated in the VCO Pro Sim Series, so and his coaching is really going really well. So what a year so far has been for, and also joined the Moradnes streaming team with Daniel Morat. So what a year has been so far for the Brazilian that is residing right now in Canada.
Indeed.
Also happens to be my coach, believe it or not.
Wow. That's a fun fact.
Yep.
By the way, Dane Warren battling with the Williams Esports machine now. The Williams Esports car on fresher tires, now making the pass on by. That's for 8th position.
That's big.
Now Warren's going backwards in terms of time, running 2:18s at the moment.
Look at the laps. He's been on the 18 lows to 17 highs. Has been on 17, which is really good. But I think he might have had issues. No, he's actually on his 5th lap on his outsim, just with older tires.
The older tires. Yep, the older tires definitely come into play when it comes to that, compared to the fresher tires, the Williams Esports machine that has to duck down fairly soon either way for the pit stop.
Yep.
But the traffic management is going to be pretty critical for some of these drivers. It's also going to be very critical for Williams Esports to be able to get by cleanly, because on the other side of the traffic in front of them is where Mark Perez is at the moment on their same strategy.
It would be great for Lerhoux to be within the same lap once he comes into the lane in comparison to Perez. It would be really good for them, talking about long runs. But I think Williams is also one of those teams that kind of been in the cycle of making it to 22 pit stops. So let's see how LeHoux handled the next few laps, because he's been slightly faster than Marc Perez in this last few laps of his stint.
Train of BMWs in front. Here's Sims Esports. BP. Launch competition. Some very beautiful colors in front. But it looks like some maneuvering going on amongst those competitors. Here's Sims Esports OBP machine running by aeronautics competition. They are in different lap cycles. A little bit of a checkup in this line now. And the light's starting to blink here from the timing of that checkup there going into Lecombe. And now as they make their way towards No Name, this is not what Arthur wanted to see and have happen.
Absolutely not, but you can see that Jassy actually backed off. So nice to see Jassy showing that sportsmanship, backing out the exit of the Jackie X corner or No Name corner, whatever you guys prefer, right? And allowing the Williams Esports driver to go through.
So has to make a move on one more car. That it's again aeronautics competition, but it's the tough part about traffic management, especially when you're the same class, like in this event, is the speeds are very similar for many of these competitors right now in terms of the ballpark. So it can be difficult to get that full breakaway pace, to get that run, as your overall leader, Maximilian Benecke, has ducked into the pit lane.
And finally, Benecke coming into the pit lane, and take a quick look over here. Benecke is done with his second stint, so intrigued to see if he's going to hand down the car, whether it's going to be to Boltzmann or Valmeyer. Valmeyer has been in the car for quite a while now. Boltzmann has been the latest in the team, so let's see if the Valmeyer is going to go back into that car.
Either that or Holtzman, and I believe indeed they may swap in Holtzman. Yes, indeed. So Patrick Holtzman is the driver they elect to go with next. Well, those competitors have been very consistent when it comes to their marks. They're identical in terms of the overall lap pace around the circuit. On the left side of your screen, you see one of the battles starting to bear out a little bit. Daniel Ferguson trying to battle with Bialotti at the moment. Bit of a side-by-side, starting to build up the Kemmel straight. And making the move this time is Ferguson. Nice solid move that time by.
And nearly same strategies for both drivers. The only difference that Bialotti has been 5 laps in, and Ferguson has been out for 3 laps total. But that Audi, that Audi on the second stint of Ferguson has been looking really good. His second stint has been looking overall pretty solid since he was last on the car about nearly 200 laps ago, when he actually took over at lap 158.
Very well suited about this racetrack. Ferguson looking like he's trying to avoid a little bit of the curbing in some of these corners rather. Bialotti, meanwhile, is trying to really attack them, and that's the fun part about Spa, is you have so many different approaches drivers can take for a specific corner, where it may look different in one angle, then they in turn have it to where they're able to get a little bit quicker on the corner exit by taking just a slightly different line.
Yeah, I don't know why that is specifically. Of course, we can attribute with the new track limits, allowing you to be more aggressive in choosing those lines. And plus, if you want to be even more aggressive, is go for those off tracks, because Over here, the limit before you actually get a drive-through is actually 200 incidents. In the official one, was actually 100. That was, I think, what made some of the teams and drivers a little bit more cautious with trying to run aggressively. So you can showcase your aggression over here and maybe get away with a few points. So it's an interesting scenario how they're actually running this track so far.
In regards to yourself, how many laps do you think you put in for preparation for the official 24?
10 laps.
10?
10.
Really?
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. First and foremost, I told the boys in my team that I got split 4, by the way, and I told the boys, like, hey guys, my pace will be probably one of the worst in the team. And my objective here is just to keep the car on track. So I might be the slowest, but I'm gonna try to secure the car as much as I can. Don't try to make a whole lot of fumbles. I was slower, I think, by 3 or 4 tenths of a second per average than everybody else in the team. But I just couldn't find myself in Spa. It's funny. I'm not slow in Spa in open wheelers. Give me the F3s, give me the the Indy Pro 2000, maybe the IndyCar. I'm not slow. I can actually extract the fast out of the car. In GT though, I am very slow. Like it's funny how slower in terms of pace I am with the GT cars than the open wheelers. But then again, it comes to the fact that I don't use open wheel GT cars way too much. I don't drive GT cars as often as I do with the open wheelers. But that plays in effect as well.
It's definitely interesting, and I wasn't expecting to hear the number 10 when asking about that. I was going to ask about the amount of laps in preparation, and it's amazing that you're able to run your stints with just 10 laps for this year, first of all. But second, of course, many of these teams spend weeks upon weeks to make sure they're dialed in terms of laps.
Yes, some of the teams spend like 50, 60 hours in preparation for this. We were talking about this, me and Somo, during our portion of the broadcast, that for example, James Baldwin, whenever he goes into races, he prepares for 100 hours, 100 work hours. That is downrightly insane. That is, if you want to put that in 1 week, you kind of have to work nearly a full day. Like it's 20 hours a week work per day if you just count the weekdays, right? But going 100 hours is just downrightly insane. But they live out of this, so it makes sense for them to put the maximum effort into the car. But if it is a race that I know I'm comfortable with, like for example Le Mans or Daytona, I'm probably gonna put a full stint, like 3, 4, or maybe 2 to 3 hours in preparation. But it is an extreme as some of these guys do, actually.
Delvin Tellman's coming into the MSI esports machine, but I find that very intriguing with different philosophies from some of the different groups, because when it comes to that preparation, how much of it is trying to say, okay, how do we dial in the setup to make sure it's all the drivers? What's the conference like in discussion to say, okay, what do we need to adjust for this car to make it fast?
Yep. So it's one of those things that it comes like with the discussion of, do you want to win or do you want to have fun? So the majority of these teams, they want to win, so they're gonna try to do the best and try to grab the setups, tweak them as fast as they can, and try to have a competitive gain over the competition, right? It makes sense for them because not only there is glory involved and bragging rights, but more than everything, there is actually money involved here, so it makes sense. But for those who are fun, they're gonna grab a setup, maybe do some tweaks here and there, but they're not gonna waste as much time as they want to. They're probably gonna organize maybe a stint over here and over there to feel how the car is actually running and try to tweak something in it. And there are teams who are like mine. We're gonna have fun. We're probably gonna do a few stints. And what they do, they use the officials, like the VSS, the VRS Sprint Series, to use it as a parameter to see how they go as we see the position 8 car, which is the Urano, into the pit lane from Andre Melchior. So they use that as a parameter. I come from the mindset that I don't use those races as a parameter for me. I can use it only as racecraft, or maybe an idea of aggressiveness out of some of the drivers that might drive in this split. I rather do the full stint, observe how the car is feeling on a long run and maybe in a short run, and try to do the adjustments in it. But if it is a car that I know that I'm involved, for example, the IR18, which I'm driving the most nowadays, I'm going to invest some time to make sure the car is properly set on all occasions that I can actually drive it.
Their pit stop, as you mentioned, with Melchor's in for service. But it's all very interesting philosophies, because it takes a lot of knowledge, of course, to be able to build your notebook of what you need to be able to adjust and what you can make work. It's a complicated process, of course, and for some it takes some time, some of them able to click right away. And the importance of being able to know how to look at the data and be able to look at telemetry is so critical for an event such as this.
Yeah, I think a good example I can give was I had a Brazilian league over here. We ran the 500, which was actually officiated by the Brazilian branch of the Formula Indy. And the team wanted to win, right? And what I did is I brought Christian Steele from my Team I5G as a coach for us. And we did basically a 2-hour session, like 2 per 2-hour session. Try to get the car set up properly, how the car is running, try to do the in-car adjustments, some other tips. And we did, and the boys put up the effort. I didn't drive it, did some coaching, not coaching, but the crew chief on the side. I wasn't registered to drive that race. And the effort of the boys paid off. Their pace was some of the best in the field. The car was amazing on the long run. And eventually we ended up winning that fight. The drivers of my team ended up winning. So those are the occasions where it does pay off. You know, putting that effort, getting some coaching, and make sure everything is also all set up for the proper race.
Very interesting, to say the very least. And we're following along, by the way, with the battle for 13th position. Ferguson still holding on in front of Violati. They're matching times in the 2:18.2s. Again, on the same cycle, just about amongst these competitors, and trying to reel in Logitech Competition and Logitech Gialtis Esports, who are 11th and 12th. But for those who may be new to sim racing, what's that experience like? Being somebody's crew chief and having the pressure of saying, okay, I've got to make these calls and adjustments. How much pressure is that to make sure you get that all right?
It is a little bit a bit of pressure, because there are so many variables that change, especially in oval races, that let's just say, oh, we're with strategy A. I think F1 might be a good pick as well. Oh, we're running strategy A. We're following this fuel mark. We have to hit, for example, 31 laps for the 500. Just name an example. And we're following that plan, but a yellow flag right in the middle of the race actually comes out and is right in the middle of our stint. We kind of have to, oh, this changes everything. We're gonna have to go back on the calculations, and the drivers also give feedback. Oh, let's go for plan B, or let's go for this kind of strategy. It can work. So I do the quick mathematics to analyze everything and see how the car is actually running, how the other guys in front of us are actually doing in terms of fuels and everything as well. And we built up a new strategy, try to make it work, and it does work from time to time. But sometimes it's either a gamble, because you have other variables, other yellow flags, or your car can underperform under the new conditions. So it's not an easy job. However, this crew chief needs to be very focused on the whole track and how the weather is playing a fact, how the fuel is running. So every factor matters for crew chiefing, and I think that's the job that a lot of drivers, I think you know best in the NASCAR series, kind of like do, right? Because they face more variable, more changes because of the yellow flags, and it can affect the race out of a driver so drastically that they have to be prepared for every single scenario. That's why they put like many hours per week trying to make sure they can cover basically all bases as possible.
The same goes for endurance racing with the strategists and the team managers too. Hence the importance of discussing that. Keep in mind, it's just seen Andrew Karen has become a pick in this battle. The ASR X-Able esports machine currently right in between the 13th and 14th place cars. And Vialati has actually lost some time a little bit since that first maneuver. He was blinking the lights down the Camel Straight last time by.
Yeah, and I think that Andrew might give way on the start-finish line for Vialati, but the one thing here, and this is really important, that the blue flag in iRacing, these kind of events, you're not obligated to lift up the car unless someone go by like you do in open wheelers, right? This is suggestional. You just know that there is a faster car coming, and eventually you're gonna have to let the other car by, because the job of overtaking or overlapping is not the car that is being overlapped, is the one that is overlapping. Number one rule of dangerous racing, you need to multi-class, especially if you're the slower car, be predictable.
Yeah, that's so important. Make sure that rule precisely. Driver must take care interacting with our cars. One, lap cars. So be aware of the fact they're the ones who have to make passes from lapping cars. So they're the faster cars being mentioned. All lapped cars must make sure they always behave in a predictable manner. So it is specified. You have to be predictable.
Yeah, because the one thing a lot of people, those who are not experienced in sim racing, do sometimes is, as we're seeing the Arnage car of Carlos Dieguez have to hold Michael Neumeier, the Altus Logitech Altus Esports number 83 car, is the one thing some drivers want to do is slow down the car. Oh, what a help! Let me let this guy go in this corner. They slow down, but they don't expect that you're going to slow down at that specific point of the track, and you might get involved in a crash, or the guy might lose time, or the guy who's going to overlap you might end up in the wall because he has to avoid you. So if you're going to lift off, make sure you're lifting off up to the point that you know you're going to do it in a safe place with some amount of runoff that is not going to affect the other driver or anybody else in the field.
Very critical indeed. Keep in mind there is some traffic right in front of this battle and various different lap cycles mixed in this train. Fire. That time by picked up just around 0.2 of a second. Spot for 11th. There's a 5-lap difference on their strategy, keep in mind, but they are on double stinted tires, both of these competitors. Meyer take the opportunity to try and pull on by if he can get close enough. We'll have to wait and see. Right now, not close enough to realistically make the move yet. And it looks like a traffic block train almost, with how things are faring with some of the traffic in front.
Yeah, not being able to make the overtake. I think those in front of Dieguez are Scott Michaels and Dane Warren. So cars that are not battling for position, but are helping Dieguez right here as they go into Bruxelles and not allowing Neumeier to come closer and contend for the spot. Indeed.
Very well done. And it's been a busy day for the launch of Gialta's esports drivers. Of course, major events taking place earlier involving launch of LearnG as well. Some of their competitors having to multitask. We also had charity races earlier today on the iRacing service.
Yep.
It's been very busy for the launch of Gialta's esports drivers as a whole, in whether it's their stock car division or whether it's their road division.
Yeah, but it's good to see that they have the lineup to do these kind of events, right, and be able to multitask. And it's even greater to see that Logitech is also expanding their portfolio to the oval side, right, and grabbing drivers that are very capable of getting to the NASCAR series. And I think they're on not in the contender series, but they're in the qualifying series, and they have good chances of making. You've been following that closer than I am, Justin, about that. But their lineup in NASCAR and the stock cars has been really strong and nearly on par what the GT lineup has been doing, because it is one of the strongest lineups we have in sim racing.
Of course, many of their competitors taking part in eNASCAR, iRacing, or the qualifying series competition on that side of the bracket. But as well, some of their competitors, we talk about the Purple House and the Purple Room when it comes to VRS Gwen and Simsport. They also have the Altus House that they're currently working on for some of their drivers as well.
Yeah, our fellow commentator, Bo Albert, being one of the drivers, the first driver that actually who joined the house that is actually managed by Simon Feigl right now.
It's an incredible task to be able to organize all the drivers into one central location like that. But it also helps, as described by some as, with the synergy and being able to get yourself in that sim racing environment.
It does, because while you're actually doing, you're building up an infrastructure that facilitates the transition for the drivers to get within a very amicable, friendly environment where they can share knowledge of setups without logging into Discord or TeamSpeak or something of the nature. They can just knock on the other guy's door and open up the door and just have a quick chat, or maybe strategize something or plan something for a future race or a league, something like that. So this atmosphere that some of the teams are actually investing right now is really cool, and I do hope to see more brands or more teams starting their gaming houses or their sim racing houses in the near future.
I wonder what a RaceSpot house would look like.
Pandemonium.
How so?
Imagine a place where all right, the first thing we have to talk about is where that house would be.
Interesting point. RaceSpot, of course, with commentators all across the globe.
Yeah, that's the very first key point, as both Arnage cars actually clear out Scott Michaels from the Vinyl sim racing team. And the key point is where you place the house, who eventually moves into the house, and how you work it out. All depends on the individuals.
Neumeier working out the fuel save in this line for the time being, electing to be patient. Garage competition with the offset cycles. But I'm just trying to imagine a house where you have all the announcers announcing at the same time the various races, the various production suites. It'd be very unique, to say the very least.
I'm probably going to bring this up right now on the broadcast, because I was talking, I think, with Connery and I think Paul. I'm trying to remember after which broadcast specifically was it, that I had a dream. It was the most random dream of all times, where I was eventually super rich and I did like a RaceSpot house or like a RaceSpot studio, TV studio of sorts.
Wow.
And let like Hugo, Will, and Connery and the boys handle the management and how to negotiate production side. It was very random, but and it wasn't like a small TV studio. It was like a proper TV studio, you know, like to met some of the guys like ESL or something like that has some big production. So I did have that. I did have that dream, to be very honest with you, and it was a fun one.
You have very specific dreams.
I know. It was just that I don't know what happened to me back then.
Interesting direction, indeed, as there is a car looking to try and shine their lights right behind them in Movado Sim Racing Team, who's joined this train. Keep in mind, so things are getting busy amongst these competitors. Neumeyer waiting for his opportunity to pounce. Possibly, as we are approaching 10 hours to go even on the mark, he's been getting better runs up to the Kemmel Straight the past couple laps. Save the fuel once again, this time at the Kemmel Straight, yes, holding in the clutch for a good half a straightaway.
And now my Neumeyer playing that mind game with Dieguez right now, not going for the overtake, just trying to cook as fast as you can. And Dieguez before he actually makes the move on the R9 competition driver.
It's a very smart play. If you don't feel like you can realistically make the move, why not just think big picture, get yourself onto the clutch, save that extra little bit. Keep in mind, their fellow car, Yannick Lapchin, is driving, is currently dealing with the R8G Esports as well for 14th position. So things are getting close in respective groupings as well, as the E17 and 18 getting fairly close. So there are several battles starting to develop. Your 10 hours to go mark just about. With the sun now starting to really brighten up the racetrack a little bit. Much more easier to see your marks now at this point.
Yep.
With it almost being just around 6 a.m. in sim time. It's 5:31 to be precise.
Yeah, I think sunrise is right about 30 to 30 minutes or so, where we start to see the sun start slowly creeping into the layout. Usually sunrise is up to the back of the old grandstands of Spa-Francorchamps, so we might be able to see the sunrise in the bit. It's gonna be one of the coolest things, because Spa-Francorchamps is one of the fewest tracks I know of from a fact that the flare of the light, especially when aimed down, let's just say the bus stop, can actually affect your motor functions, and can actually make up or miss some braking zones right there, because it is just so bright in your face.
That's going to be very important to think about that visibility. Some of these competitors, indeed. Meyer again electing to hit the clutch this time down the straightaway to continue to save. Should be worth noting that Salvo Talmans and Johnny Vecchio are on offset strategies in terms of their tires. You notice on the pylon that gap, just 2 seconds as well. Keeping an eye on that. Things varying out just past 10 hours to go. Again, for those just tuning in, watching the virtual racing school sports car open 24 hours of Spa, where at the moment it's Team Redline Red in the race lead. Team Redline Blue on the double stint is in second, followed by MSI Esports, Resquanda Simsport, the Lego, Technic Esports Team, Apex Racing Team, Neo Racing Team Euronics, MSI Esports rounding out the top 8. Esports and Reno Esports HP inside the top 10. This battle just outside that mark for 11th position, continuing to stay fairly close for our competitors.
And Noah Neumeyer still working that fuel, trying to save as most fuel as he can possibly save, while both cars are actually trying to get closer to Andre Melcher's in the Irano car, as their gap right now right about 28 seconds to separate the Mercedes on both the BMW and Audi makes.
Indeed. And all the choices, drivers taking the POP into account, and very interesting with the diversity of some of the manufacturer performances today here at Spa. Newmeyer currently rides in the 12th position. Let's go to RaceSpot Fan Immersion, listen on board, and you can hear the fuel mileage saving that car has been working on. Following along with the launch Giolta's sports machine in battle for 11th position. Just Prince Renzo Bonder with you, Hugo is in the producer's seat as we are under 10 hours to go. Virtual Racing School Sports Car Open, 24 hours of Spa. And so far, it's been an intriguing race to say the very least. We have drivers trying to potentially cut out in a pit stop. We've got drivers in various cycles, but we've got one battle heating up for second position. In part with differences on the tires, Team Redline Blue is on the defensive right now with Selva Tillmans and MSI Esports on the prowl, trying to get second back. Right now, that tire difference seen them be about a tenth or two difference in pace last time by. Keep in mind, Selva did have to deal with some traffic.
And the one thing that you really don't want to do is saddle with traffic right now, and especially for Selva Talon, this is the fact that you're kind of fighting within gaps and fuel strategies with the Redline team and also the VRS Coenda team. But you really don't want to lose an edge on the other drivers. Now we're seeing Selva Talons in the car, but the one thing they really don't want to be dropping is pace and relative time in the pit lane, which kind of cruises well when you do your service on the long run towards the teams that you're trying to fight for top 3. So far they're within a okay position, but I want to get too comfortable with where they're at right now.
Right now, you can see he's trying to keep in mind some various things, discussing things with his crew, and now he's looking like he's trying to set things up. Pushing ready on. It's where some of the tire difference comes into play. If you can time it up right, be able to get the run up the Chemo straight. MSI Esports goes for the move, and giving them the space is the Team Redline Blue machine.
And it's now a mimic situation what we saw with Christian Lamella and Josh Rogers, right? The only difference now is that you have Gianni Vecchio in the middle, not in the middle, but behind the MSI car. So let's see how Vecchio is going to be able to keep up with Salva, and if he is able to keep it up, how that much affects the time loss, if there's any, for MSI whenever that Johnny goes into the pit lane.
That's expected at about 10, maybe 11 laps or so at the very most. Team Redline Blue, based on their strategy, still 13 laps plus for MSI Esports at the moment. And as you can tell, that grip allowing them to pull off and away in this battle for the time being, which is helping them indeed. But you have to remember, this likely goes the inverse direction on the strategy on the next stop, based on what we're seeing right now with the ebbs and flows of these respective competitors, and with the fact that the sunlight is starting to peak around this circuit.
Yeah, they're still using the headlights to kind of guide at a few spots, but they already have natural light in the track for them to properly guide and find their braking references, so it makes it a little bit easier. And what's more, the track is still cold, right? It is 21 degrees Celsius on the track, so it is a fast track, and you have about 4 hours more or so for you to get a really fast track, and after that, then it starts to gradually build up the heat, and it will affect the general scenario of all stints of all drivers. We saw that in the 24 last weekend, is that the drivers were actually doing double stints for the whole majority. I think with the final 7 hours, I think they put up a very equal field. Everybody started to prepare for even hour single stints. So it was a very interesting call from the majority of the teams and brought up a level field to everybody. If they're going to do it over here, it will be just as interesting maybe as the real thing last weekend. Real, I mean the official one, not the real one, because the real one is actually happening at the same time.
Yeah, I get what you mean. I get what you mean. Bit of a driver swap just taking place for VRS Cohen to SimSport. You notice on the pylon as well. They elected to duck down and pit after wait 24 laps. So Jeremy Bootaloo is now driving that car. So an interesting play from the 91. They had been previously going about 25, 26 laps, but they had been running on their own.
Yeah, and this is like the call of, you know, I think I said this when Mitchell or Josh took over the car, that they're doing 2 hour stints or double stints, and then rest of what would be on paper about 6 hours, right? And then you just let the other guy go through. So the next guy in the 91 car that we expect to see is not Josh Rogers, not De Jong, it's going to be Pascal Gerges in the car, if we're going to follow this blueprint that the number 91 is actually following. We can kind of predict who's going to end the car though if they continue on like this.
An interesting pattern developing indeed amongst these competitors. You can see Bootaloo now just checking things and looking towards his side as well, as he's now up to speed. Dane Warren also down this time. They were able to extend it to 25 laps. And that's why I find it interesting on this call is the past few pit stop stints. Those two cars had been in sync, making 25, 25, 25. So now they're going to be a little bit off cycle in terms of that blueprint that they've had for the past few hours.
Yeah, but it is not major though. If you want to try to recover the time, it's pretty much doable. You can lift up the gas a little bit and still be highly effective with your laps if you wanted to. It's just that right now the only difference is you have just one lap separating both cars. And just looking over here, if we are to follow the same blueprint, there is a good chance that we might see Tommy back into the car if Dane handles it up to someone.
That rings true. We followed along that purple, white, orange, and black machine in the Luke's car. And I believe your blueprint may have run true.
Yep.
Tommy O's car just dunked into the Lego car. And I love how they sent a Lego car to Arjuna to be able to build. I find that really intriguing.
How so?
It just being able to have that car and have that attention come into play. I was growing up, loved Lego, I will admit. So
Okay.
it's great to see a Lego car.
I'll be very honest, I only built up one Lego Technic like piece ever. It wasn't a car because the car I was too young to have those cars. I think it was a robot or a motorcycle or something like that. I'm a fan of Legos too, but I've never been the best builder of things. I've been more of a destroyer of things than anything else. But seeing that Lego actually sent the car for Arjuna to build is really cool. And it looked really good, really nice when I saw the picture before, even before the broadcast of the car mounted up.
He was able to definitely set that Lego car up, following the blueprint properly. There is the Lego car right there who ducked into the middle of traffic. Reno Esports HP is the lead car in this train at the moment, and that is for position. 15 laps difference. Tommy Oscar looking like he's trying to take a little bit of a peek, possibly. No, not close enough.
I think Oscar at this point of the race, especially in the now lap, wouldn't be aggressive. So I think he might run maybe for a few laps before making an overtake if he wants to. If he elects to be conservative, because Oscar was actually conservative on his first stint.
Yes, indeed. And right now, Tommy has an opportunity to be able to build up the run for the final chicane. Down the straightaway towards Blanchimont. Tommy, as long as he's able to go full throughout the section, will be able to pounce. This time, though, had to really lift off. Be able to make the corner, so has to set things up again. Might take until the Camel Straight now as a result of that little bit of a lift he had to pull in the corner.
Yeah, but the lift at Blanchimont actually you have to lift at Blanchimont. You cannot take Blanchimont flat out because the car is going to understeer quite heavily, and in many circumstances it can even bottom out the car during the transition to the bumps. So Waha usually, and you're eventually going to get an off track if you try to go flat out. I think the GTEs can do that because they have the aerodynamic force go flat out in there. The GT3s, it is a very small lift. You don't even see the cars actually lifting, and then you just go back on the power. It's just to give the car rotation well enough for you to make the apex out of Blanchimont. But the one thing you really don't want to do is actually clip the curbing inside Blanchimont, because that offsets the car quite heavily and you can crash it in it. So it's just a small lift, carry the car into Blanchimont and get back on the power, and you're still going to be right up 245, 250 kilometers per hour if you do it right.
That's a great point to bring up with that, because there are some who may think, oh, I'll just use the runoff section. No. This time, the Lego car gets the chance to move on by the Reno Esports HP machine, saying, go on by, ole. Move Tommy Oscar tonight.
And now Malshers now can't save that fuel because he got a car that is usually that will be faster than him, but has better tires, so he might have about a lap or two to save that fuel and try to solidify his 10th position, what is net 9th position in the grid so far.
On the right side of your screen, that is the battle for 13th spot at the moment. And Lapchin has been able to find a way around Ferguson and is pulling away a sizable margin too. Keep in mind that there is fresher tires for Lapchin's car. Able to make the move to the right side of the Camel Straight this time by, and now it's the matter of pulling off and away. See, this train also, by the way, involves the battle for 25th. Carbon Sim Sport and Uga Sim Sport. All right on the back end of this grouping of cars, you see them in the backdrop of the 9th and 10th machines.
Hey, interested to see what happened to Swelio because he dropped back a little bit. He actually did 56 seconds on his pit stop. Normally we would see maybe Swelio right in front of both of these cars, so wondering what happened to the Brazilian.
Interesting scenario indeed, as a little bit close that time. And Andre. And we mentioned the need to feel safe. Getting a little bit close, though, I will say, is Andre right now with his ability to try and save.
And maybe going for the clutching and then try to maximize the braking, you know, just to try to stay as close as you can. It's a strategy that guys on older tires kind of rely on against new tires. Brake late and then just let the car rotate and try to bring it up back on power as early as you can and make sure the car doesn't oversteer due to the wear. But I think on this instance itself, it just worked on for the Leclerc Malmedy and then Bruxelles, because you can see right now the gap is widening for quite a big margin, big as a second margin between Oscar and Melchers.
That's just the difference again coming into play with the tires. And now I'm curious how this plays out with the 73 and the 99 too, since they're running now even pace on the similar strategies, just on different lap cycles.
Yep.
So now it's all, for at this point, right side carbon sims for it can utilize the draft from the car in front to be able to then save for their side of things. It all cascades and is like a sandcastle being intricately built on a beach.
Yeah, the only thing you have to consider is the not the waves, but the word failing me right now. It's late in the morning. It's late in the night for me, so I'm gonna try to make up like the water flow. If it is just a big flow or a small flow, to you go on the shore of the beach and destroy your sandcastle or not.
You don't want to be in a sink or swim scenario indeed, as it puts you in a box. And meanwhile, talking about those VRS cars, as now Oscar tried to run away right now from Melchers, Boudaloop has actually caught Lehouk. Yeah, using the fresh tires. It's for 7th in the pylon. Look at that. Just seen a bit of a swap on the pylon as well. I believe Neumeier may have just made them pass around an arch as the pit stop window is open once more. R8G Esports. Here is that battle you're referring to, though, for 7th position. Once again, tire strategy, the main talking point on how this is all faring out for this fight. Ooh, a little rubber at the moment. Boudaloop with the fresher tires. And look at just how much he's able to send in deeper in the brakes with the fresher rubber.
Yeah, get much cleaner runs into the braking, and especially at bus stop. Looks like that the VRS Coenda car is pretty well dead set on how to handle slow corners. But the struggles out of the BMW for me are with the worn out tires. They are struggling to get within the 17s. There's some of the cars we saw Porsches doing 17s, we saw the Lambos doing 17s, even the Ferraris. Well, Ferraris doing easily 217s. So seeing a BMW struggle, even though they are the lead BMW in the field, people can say it's a little bit concerning, but I don't know. It's an interesting scenario to see maybe in the future instances.
Luke showing his hand down the Kemmel Straight that time. Where he elects to try and go for this. Seems like he wants to go. He's peaked a couple times, just not close enough to make a move. Near bumper to bumper, in fact. And there's the mistake right there from Williams Esports with the slide coming out of the corner. They'll sacrifice the position. Bootaloo able to make the pass with that slide.
That shows a little bit of the weight of the car and what the driver has to do to keep that car on the track, and that opens up a door for Bootaloo to attack and seal the deal, and that's what he did.
So 7 is done and dusted for now. Find that strategy likely goes inverse. When those come into play, Williams Esports right now approaching their 21st lap on their stint as they blink their lights and say goodbye. I think.
Yeah.
The blinking light language is a interesting code.
I remember when I think it was Johnny. I'm trying to remember if that wasn't a Nürburgring 24. I think it was. I don't know if it was a Nürburgring 24, if it was a Spot 20, Le Mans 24 that had the audacity, some people would say, of mapping the I think the paddle to the blinking to the flashing lights, so whenever he was actually accelerating, the lights were actually blinking constantly on other cars, and it became a little bit of a meme when he was actually doing that on the night stints.
I think I remember that actually, where it was like a constant blink, 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 every single moment down the straightaways, and it was absolutely comical, that moment.
It is comical for us watching in the broadcast booth, but I can assure those in the track were not appreciative of the shenanigans out of Gianni.
Well, sometimes you have to have fun, right? And find ways to try and break the focus of some of your competitors. And that can come into play indeed with lights.
True, that is a true fact.
Pit stop's just been finished up by the way P1 Esports, P1 Trident Racing, who has had a quiet day, just completed service a little while ago. Smart Esports making a driver swap. Also, take a look back at Carbon Sim Sport. Once more, they're now up to 24th. The cycle with some of the cars coming in for service, as well as taking advantage of some of the attrition of some competitors. As just as that comes in, a new fastest lap presented by ATVO. It's into the very fast 216s. How about a 216.5 from Patrick Holtzman?
Surprising to say the very least. Me and David, we were kind of bet that Josh was actually going to do this lap, not Patrick. I think Patrick was already the holder of the fastest lap on his previous stint. When he actually did a 0.665, if I recall correctly. So see him do the fastest lap once again is surprising.
Track temperatures are still very cool behind small Carbon Sim Sport. Does Carbon Sim Sport things, which includes coming to the pit lane. They're in for their scheduled stop, 26 laps of stint. Lucas Sim Sport, 4 laps from now expected to duck down for their service. Their positioning, they have their pit box on the first straightaway here to think about. In fact, one of the last boxes they roll into, in fact, for their respective service. Meanwhile, back in Legoland, Lego car has broken the toe of Uranum Esports HP.
And now hunting the Williams Esports BMW. Last lap, nearly a full second quicker, 0.7 of a second now faster Lazar's car on to Lehouk at this current point. But for Lehouk, the blasting, kind of, if you want to put it, blasting disguise that he is, to come to the pit lane and get some fresh tires into that car once he's actually done with it, and maybe hand back to another driver. Would be surprising to see Josh Thompson back in it. If we have to say, someone might be Moreno Sirica in the next one.
See if that prediction lays true.
All right, La Fuente is actually logged in the server, so we might see the Spaniard back into the car.
Indeed. Racing Team Euronics, as you see on the ticker, has also ducked in for their service, by the way. Carbon Sim Sport has completed their respective stop as well. Right now, the Lego car has the chance to try and latch on to Johnny, potentially to save a little bit. Draft in front for the next few laps or so. On the right side of your screen, the pit stop coming into play now for Cruz. Now in for his respective service on the racetrack. Looks like they're going for a driver swap as well. It's Patrick Heinrich who comes into the 46. They'll take their time to be able to take their service. They've also had a Porsche. Brad Nissan Wake Storms. Ryan shine brightly. The pit lane, Zach Campbell also expected to come down this time by for respective services.
And Patrick only took the car out of the team on the third. He was the third guy to take the car in this BL Racing Euronics 4 team in the number 46, but that was nearly, he took the car lap 107. That is nearly, I want to say, that is more than 200 laps easily, but finally a fresh driver that is switching back and forth between Sven Haas and Hendrik Krusa and Luger Kita as well.
Here comes the benefit once again of being able to save. Coming into play for just a little bit for the Lego Technic Esports team. Here's the thing. Team Redline have pit stops this time by. They've been able to make it to about the 25-minute or so mark on the hour point. Holtzman already in for service. That's how fast this hour has been flying on by around this racetrack. Been incredible, the lightning quick pace they've been able to set. We'll say as well, very little mistakes from many of the competitors. Maybe minor mistakes here and there along some of the lines, Renzo. But in terms of trouble, things have settled on in where we haven't seen any attrition come into play over the past 2 hours.
Yeah, it's been surprising to see. This has been a very, very clean race so far. We only had, I think, just to confirm, 38.
Yeah, 38.
We started with 38. We only had 38 cars abandoning the race so far. So having 30, the majority of the cars still running, even though some are actually several laps back, like 4 laps back, which is the last car of the Orion race team. Still really impressive to see the whole majority of the grid working and running, and even better is making Dom's and Ronald's life in the race control much easier.
Very calm indeed when it comes to that side of things, as service has been completed. Overall race leaders, then the double stint, same from the blue car. No, indeed, they're going for the driver swap. Jeff Giassi, pardon me.
Interesting call. I think Johnny was actually on the tail end of his dual, triple, quadruple stint.
Right.
But if you did on the triples, did a triple. I just want to see where he was actually came out of the pit lane. That was lap 345. So I really want to see if we can actually cycle back and see if he did the full service out of that car. As you can see, the Brazilian right there. There's some lightning in his office room. And furthermore, interesting to see how Giassi actually gets along with Redline. He was from Apex Racing Team, right? Drove the Porsche Sport Super Cup, qualified, still qualified in within the top 20, but now trying to qualify for the IR01 championship with Matthias Jensen. So still trying to make up some ground right there in the IR01, but very capable driver joining the red line fray.
Brings a lot of experience with them as a result. Finishing with a very strong performance. Spawn 24. Keep in mind that's competing in PES competition, Porsche Carrera Cup Brazil as well. Their competitions. Real world experience coming into play as well. I believe when it comes to his camp, with a lot of racing experience in real life, including in Porsche 500 kilometer at Interlagos.
He's due to come back, actually.
Absolutely.
I think I could be wrong. I have to look it up though, but he is part of the lineup in the Endurance Cup, if I recall correctly. So he drives most of their endurance races for the Porsche Carrera Cup here in Brazil. So his 2020 season has been one of the like crazy seasons. Was marred with some bad luck at Pask. But nice to see the evolution out of Jeff over these past few years.
Of course, for those just finding out about Jeff Giassi being a part of this Redline Blue Machine, came into play on July the 15th. That announcement. This organization forces with Giassi. Right now, he's putting that car in very strong hands. Just see how much he's actually having to hold on tightly to that wheel. Very much clutching that wheel. Fine. See how things cycle out with the MSI esports machines who are on that different cycle still. Delman's expected to come in next lap or so. Rez, lap 24 of his respective stint. Delman's has been able to extend his run an additional lap to make it a 27-lapper stint. Meanwhile, when it comes to some of the cars battling, how about this one? Starting to heat up with some of these competitors. ERT Race Gear. V trying to hold on in front. This is for 25th position. Both of these teams are on newer tires.
And close battle between both drivers. Glenn Kesey over here battling for position, even though Glenn is due to come to the pit lane anytime soon. The former Positive Sim Racing driver now joining the Nordic MB Esports Nordic team to drive for them. So let's see what he has in store and see if he's actually going to make that overtake.
Do have a car in between them, keep in mind. That's the 5-star Motorsport Black Machine that has that gold trim machine, a very bright gold Ferrari. Very interesting to see a gold-plated Ferrari here on the racetrack here today. Backdrop. There is that car that, if they want to try and leapfrog strategy cycles even out, have to think about that or potentially save a little bit behind that respective car as they lift their way through Blanchimont. And it looks like Key is going for the fuel save. Really backed it up that time on the clutch.
And not surprising at all, given his 23 laps into his stint. So every lap he can save actually matters right now.
Also very important. Heard it right there, a key once again, clutching for a good 100 feet or so. It cost him some time when it comes to the cars in front, though. That's the downside with his timing to that clutch move.
Yeah, it does, because it takes a little bit of a while for you to get back on the power, and the RPMs actually do the job enough for you to get closer to the driver. Now, let's see if he goes for a little bit more saving there as well. But here is the good saving point is over here at Kemmel, going to the Lagoon, because you can actually get back on power on Lagoon, and you even use the lifting into the Lagoons to rotate the car and give you some good grip going to into the right and left corners.
He expected to come in the next lap or so. Oh, SI Esports has ducked down for their respective stop as well in the 47. Now Psycho Holtzman back up to the point for the time being. See how much dirt is being kicked up as well by some of these cars with how tight they're trying to hit that curbing, in particular through Campus and Stavlon right now.
Yeah, that curb between Stavolo and the Curb Pro Fair right now is one of the interesting ones, because back in the old days you had to ride up until with the two wheels up to the point of where the red AstroTurf would be located. And even then, you might would have get a 1x penalty or off-track incident penalty. Whereas now you can basically ride the full curb up to a certain point, and then you have to get back, otherwise you get that off-track incident. So it shows that now the track is more forgiving, but there's still a certain aggressive threshold that you need to be very mindful. It is easy to forget sometimes where that threshold is located, and you can definitely lose chunks of time and even get a slowdown in the process, like the All Rouge, for example.
A massive lift and clutch that time, to the point where I think he nearly got bumped by a car.
That's the MSI car.
Yeah, Mark Perez, in particular, making the move there. Big time lift and clutch. That may have lost him full touch to the car in front.
Yeah, I think that might have sealed the deal for Glenn to actually come.
Oh, trouble in front. That was 5-Star Motorsport Black. Joe Walters ended up getting loose, I believe along the rumble strips, right in front of that.
Wow.
What a wake me up moment there. Here's a look at what happened. Yeah, just got too much of the curb.
Yeah, and you need that car. You need the car to be straight when you go into the turn, and the car wasn't just straight enough during the transition, and thus the car was a little bit light. It wasn't. I think it kind of also bottomed out on the transition into the apex of the corner, and thus the car spins around right in front of 3 cars, including the MSI of Mark Perez.
How that didn't collect more, I'm not quite sure. That could have been very bad at that location. Meanwhile, Giassi and Bouteloup are now close to one another. Bouteloup picked up 5 seconds on his last pit stop timing. So now it gets interesting to see how things fare out with Bouteloup, trying to apply the pressure on this red line machine.
Yeah, it's intriguing. He's on lap for 14 laps within his, whereas Jeff has 10 laps less than that Porsche. So if we're trying to talk about tires, Jeff has the upper hand, but Boodaloops in contrast has a lighter car that can make up that ground. So interesting scenario over here to be played out. Does Boodaloop gets aggressive, or he stays behind Jassy and lives in coasted?
This time by no lift. No coast, rather. So at the very least, it looks like he's trying to push a little bit. There is a 10-lap difference on their cycles. That's important to keep in mind. But keep in mind as well, Gyasi lost 3/10 last time by on the racetrack. You can see the difference in preference on the runoff line along the curving. Double gaunge that time. Get back through campus. Looks like at the very least, Boodaloo is thinking about it. We've seen if he intends to try, he will give a signal. We've seen with some of the cars. With here, this could be very vital for the positioning in terms of strategy in the podium spots here. This could be very critical for the later stages of this race for Boodaloo. Boodaloo, that time followed wheel to wheel into the final chicane.
Looking forward to see both laps. 17.7 for Jeff, 17.5 for Boodaloop, whereas Salvo on the worn out tires had been on the 17.7s is slightly faster than Jeff. So I think Boodaloop won't wait over here 1 second. You probably will go if he finds the opening at the Camel Straight.
He goes for the run. Great run up the hillside to the Camel Straight. Boodaloo following tire track to tire track. Does he go for the peak? Does give a little bit of a bobble, but he did lift there. No clutch and coast, but he did lift off there. If he wanted to, he could have took that run by a sizable margin. Instead, he's, I think, thinking about trying to wait a little bit, possibly, for this fuel save.
Or some psychological warfare on Jassy at this point of the race as well.
Possibly. And what goes through your mind when you see that, knowing how critical that can be, knowing you got a different cycle car that you know you have to keep within range, who's trying to pressurize you into a mistake?
I try to pay no mind. I know how the other cars are situated on the track and how fast they can be. If I'm on the same pace and nearly same lap, I usually give room and let the other guy go by. But here's the thing: you're fighting for money, so you have to be mindful of the placement of the cars, right? And see how does gain you some time or how does make you lose some time. So those brain games that some drivers play with others is you see how prepared they are and how invested the team is on certain strategies within the race.
Great run again by Boodaloo that time to the final chicane, and this time by on the stopwatch, separated by 17/100ths of a second. Already approaching 9 hours to go as the sun is beating down around the racetrack, already approaching instant time of approximately 6:25. Up again with an arrow good run. Camel to the Camel straight. Not as close as last time, and once again, managing the throttle input, but this time gets enough to peak. Bootaloo with the massive send, able to make the move for third.
I think Jassy. No, I was just going to say Jassy kind of gave the room a little bit, so he didn't contend way too much and went for late braking, things like that. He went for his normal braking, whereas Bootaloo just kind of committed towards the corner and made it nearly the mid apex during the transition from the right to left hand corner. So if there is time loss, it is minimal time loss. And for Jeff, I think right now you have a car that is lighter and is relatively same tires, so you can now be the one giving chase and save fuel in the process. And if both can actually work it out, they can get closer to Salva Talons, even though they're not going to get on the glued to the back wing of Salva because the gap is quite big. In terms of gap racing, they can get closer and closer due to strategies alone.
Most interesting thing I found about that entire sequence again was Bootaloo modulating the throttle to time up that run to minimize that time loss to where it was timed up to the perfect spot to make the move and to make it clear, okay, how do we get this done without compromising both the lines or making this move too early? Now we'll see if Bootaloo is able to try and take away and pull away and set sail.
And that's what happens when you have a GT specialist in the car, right? I think, of course, don't take away from Bootaloo being able to drive other cars, but Bootaloo has been always known as a GT specialist more than anything else in the sim racing world. So managing to modulate the throttle and apply the overtake at the right point of the turn is something that the field can do and do effectively like Bootaloo can.
And there's that save you see with how close Yassi is trying to fall on behind. Nice play done here by Team Redline Blue. Right now the distance bunts the cars in front to the lap traffic about 7-8 car lengths as these drivers make their way through Sector 2. Here's the stint lengths you now see on your screen, by the way. See how big some of the differences are. As you can tell, Redline is on their 7th lap, the one in this battle. Lean Redline car, the red car, is on lap 8, whereas Quenta Simsport Machine, after taking an early stop at 24 laps, the respective stint are on their 17th lap right now. Some of our drivers are only a couple laps into their fresh stints with brand new drivers and tires. So you can see just how all the scatter plots and blueprints are starting to work out for these various organizations across the pack as we approach 9 hours to go even.
Yeah, and it's flown by quickly, these first 3 hours of our portion of the broadcast. And what's more important is that I'm looking the gap that Bootaloo and Jassy have been putting. It's coming down by a full second nearly on this last lap they just gone by. So Salva on those worn out tires is starting to feel the heat a little bit in comparison to the both drivers, but it's that switch back and forth that has been happening, so you don't have this slim faint of idea to see who has the upper hand in terms of strategies, because I think in about 2 hours maybe it will start to converge maybe to single stints where everybody might be within the same tire range. I don't think they're going to be still going for double stints when we reach 6 hours to go.
Keep in mind, some of these teams prioritize their setups to be able to run at the nighttime and cooler conditions because of how long you run in the darkness. So you have to find that balance too, to be able to be fast as well once those temperatures pick up on the surface of the track.
And the thing is, it's not a small change. It is a drastic change. We're seeing 21, 22 degrees on the track right now. It is still 21 on the track Celsius. Whenever the afternoon picks up, we saw temperatures nearly on the level of, well, I think 40, 30 degrees, 35 to 40 degrees. And that affects the car handling, the turn in, and the wear of the cars effectively. So if you find the middle ground for both weather conditions, it's really good. As we're back with Arnage and Altus, the never-ending battle of the realms of the top 10.
This is a grouping of 12th and 13th. Launch competition car is fallen behind the second of the launch GLTC Sports machines on pylon. So it's not going exactly to the script for their organization at the moment. Keep in mind, Lapchin, his respective car, which is the one in who's the 43 and 11, did take a double stint on the tires last time by just about everybody else inside the top 15 outside of Holtzman and Talman's cars are on freshies.
And there is some gap that Lapshin and Carl's car have between one another. It's 15 seconds between both teammates. But I think the most interesting one is actually Lapshin and Nicolas Laubisch car, which are not far apart in terms of fuel, but their strategy on the old tires versus new tires affect a little bit over here. So that P10 battle is still also undecided because the strategies, they tell us different stories every single hour.
Speaking of hour, we're approaching our on the dot mark. At the moment, 6 cars are on the lead lap. Team Redline Red, Site Esports is 47 cars in second. Red Squad Sim Sport is up to third with Team Redline Blue in fourth. Like Technical Sports Team fifth. Apex Racing Team in sixth position. Yellow Racing Team Granados is the first car 1 lap down in the 46 car in seventh. Masai Esports is 48 machine, rounding out the top 8. Williams Esports, Urano Esports HP, rounding out the top 10 positions. And this is amongst the battles just outside the top 10, currently 1 lap down to your overall race leaders. Still, when it comes to how these positions can fare out, as well to be able to say, I've been able to run in X amount of positions. I'm based on posts throughout social media, weeks of work for Launch Check GLTC Sports. We talked about to prepare for this race, as well as the many other events they've been taking part in throughout the past week or so. It's been a busy slate for that organization.
Yeah, it has been very, very busy for them. Try to make every single commitment they have available on the books, and be consistently fast on every single event they've been running on. Of course, they're not battling for victories over here as this current moment, but they're battling for money. Like, both cars are relatively in the fight for top 10 finishes, so they can come away with some relatively good money as we are speaking of the prize pool, because 9, 7, 8, 9, and 10 get away with $300 each of these bottom 3 places in the top 10.
And it's also a very big sense of pride to be able to finish inside the top 10 in events such as this.
Yeah, especially with the way that this race has been going.
Now with the strategies, with some of the attrition earlier on in the event, but as well, the rhythm and ebbs and flows of this race have cycled about.
It's funny that we could say it's been a roller coaster of emotions, because we are now on basically on the lowest portion, but it's interesting because it's been so clean, and I mean so clean in terms of events, that we barely had, I think, any interventions from race control on the drivers on track, right? Which has been very surprising, as we see the Portuguese of Ricardo Ferreira fighting out with Andrew Cole, the Australian Andrew Cole, going away from double gauche, or the piff path, some like to say, and that only attests to the preparation of the drivers and the readiness out of them. People could say also the not having 55 cars on the split also helps as well. It does help a little bit not having too many cars on the track, but the level of this field has been nothing short of amazing up to the point they're really clean no matter what.
The best of the best in all of iRacing taking part in this event. Showcase what they can do, as well as to be able to fight for those prizes. Who's impressed you the most in terms of performance, in your opinion, that you may not have expected so far?
In what regards, you mean?
I mean, in terms of organizations like Team Redline Red, we expected strong performances, VRS SCO. Which team has really surprised you the most in terms of their pace that they've been able to set, that some may not realize is maybe an organization on the rise?
I want to say Urano being on the top 10, running similar laps to everybody else in its competition state, because it's a big organization. It is composed of many talented drivers, some of them coming from Maniti, because some like Dylan Scrivens and Jupp de Ligt, Sebastian Schlamenbach coming from what was the pure racing team and into the fray as well. So just to name some other guys like Andre Melchers, who I think was from Bila at Aeronix racing team at a certain point. So the lineup they have right now is so stacked with talent that they've been very good in this race.
They've absolutely impressed me too, especially how things have fared out. They've absolutely shown some great pace over the time. For those just tuning in, Virtual Racing School Sports Car Open 24 hours of Spa, or just under 9 hours to go on the board. Currently 30 cars are circulating on the racetrack. Many position battles slowly but surely shaping out, especially with the various tire strategies that have come into play. This is one of those strategy gambles that sees a 6-lap offset at the moment for 12th position, but it's one where Arnage is trying to stop, but has seen them drop from around 11th position at one point in this race. Just taking the opportunity. Ricardo is save, not close enough to be able to pounce. Move quite yet. Alpine Star's geodesic racing machine.
And I think we started to see also the sunrise in full. I don't know if we're actually able to see the sun, the glare of the sun into the pit, into the track itself, but we're getting there. We're gonna get the full glare of the sun blasting on the face out of the drivers a little bit when they go into the bus stop.
Absolutely beautiful landscapes here, as we'll take this opportunity to listen to the sights and sounds around the racetrack with the RaceSpot and Immersion. garage competition. on with Ricardo Ferreira in the launch competition, as they've been following along behind the much Gioltas Esports machine for the battle for 12th position. Back in coverage for the Virtual Racing School Sports Car Open 24 Hours of Spa. Justin Prince, Lorenzo Bonder with you. Hugo Ruiz in the producer seat at the moment. Team Red Line Red continues to lead by 52 plus seconds or so. MSI Esports. An intriguing race so far. Drivers are separating out a little bit. Strategies are also very vital in these next couple hours or so, because that's where those blueprints are fully printed onto the paper to be able to lock themselves in. If you're able to situate yourself, be in the right window, in the right path, to be able to be on the right window for what you want to do strategy-wise, you're golden.
Yeah, and there's still a whole lot of race for us to break down and see who's at who's advantage, because of course win matters over here, but if you're talking about prize pool, you go up to the top 10 for you to earn that money. So every position within the top 10 matters. So especially for those who are like we saw Ricardo Oliveira and Andrew Call, which are right on the bubble of that top 10, sitting currently at P12 and 13 at the moment.
Pit stop indicated, by the way, for Bootaloo. He was able to stretch it to 26 laps. That team has indeed ducked down for scheduled service. So now Bootaloo to try and get that strategy back on cycle after the 24 laps stint to close out Mitchell Dion's time in the car for his last time in the number 91. Just making that slow roll down the hillside. A big amount of elevation change here, and it's so difficult to be able to walk around the track where it was talked about in the past. We'll remember stories from Will Vincent where he had to walk a specific way around the circuit to be able to properly get around it, with just how much the elevation changes are here, especially down that front straightaway section.
Yeah, because it's kind of like going down a hill or somewhat of a cliff, right? Because it is so big in elevation changes. It's one of those few tracks where there is some huge elevation changes, and it is ever changing, right? It's not something you don't find a lengthy flat portion of the track. You're always going up and down some hills. So that's why it makes, at some aspects, this track very unique.
It absolutely does. As Bootaloo goes for the double stint, a 40-second hit stint for Bootaloo that time, one of the quickest of the race. So the double stint of tires is on for some of their competitors now, for a majority of the field, in fact, for the respective window. Look back at that battle for 12th and 13th position for Ferreira, continuing to save fuel. And the atmosphere at this racetrack as well is so great, because this is a track that is loved and endeared by fans with a lot of racing history. Changed a lot over the years, yes, but the legacy has been built up over the past 60, 70, 80 plus years or so here at Circuit Spa-Francorchamps.
And it's a track that, like many other tracks, have saw so many liftovers, right, and track makeovers as well. Most recent being the bus stop one, and but this track had nearly double its length back in the 60s.
Absolutely. More pit stops, by the way, to the right side of your screen. That's the Lego car. Tommy Osgard bringing Lego Technic Sports team to the lane. Left side of your screen, that is a battle for position heating up once again, and it's a group that has been familiar with one another for parts of this race. Alice Pataska currently driving the car in front for Satellite Racing, the car behind Fuga Sim Sport. Again, Smith is driving that respective car at the moment. And these two seem to be attached to the hip when it comes to these teams.
It does, you know. I know Dallas has been one of the staples out of VRS, out of live racing. Really good GT and endurance driver. It's been a while I've seen Pataska actually participate in endurance events, especially for the VRS satellite outing. But you could see they're still on track, battling for positions, even though it's not top 10, but still going hard and trying to conquer as many spaces they can get in this gridding.
Smith keeping with arm's reach. Once again, there's a bit of an offset amongst these competitors as it's been throughout this entire race with 3-lap difference, but the grouping that has tried to scrap a little bit throughout the day. And mind, the car that was in this grouping, Carbon Sim Sport, before is on a different strategy cycle at the moment with their number 73 machine. And look at how bright that sunshine is. Just right in your face coming out of the final chicane.
Yeah, can we, if possible, once we have an opportunity, can we actually get a frame on that sunshine like we actually did on the 21st, so you can see how challenging the track actually becomes once you have that glare in your face coming down to some of the corners, especially at the bus stop. But it's one of the very unique sunshines you actually get in sim, not even just sim racing, but racing in general.
Absolutely. Of course, looking in the sun is not good for you. In
Yeah.
action, of course, it can burn your eyes. But keep in mind that visibility we mentioned be also critical to make sure you can actually see what's happening in front and make sure you get those marks. It's like in nighttime. It's a very difficult task if you have that sun playing towards your face.
Like now.
Yep. Well, the trees help this time in this sector.
Yeah, but I think give it another half an hour maybe, and you can see that sun right in your face. And it's not easy for you to navigate from Brussels all the way down to Jackie X without major issues.
Now, Spataska doing a very solid job on keeping this buffer at about 5 to 7 car lengths, by the way. Well, this. And getting back to Spataska, someone that has had the opportunity to work with eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series drivers like Christian Challenger in the past, who's now part of iRacing staff, someone that coaches drivers, someone that is known for his ability on oval, but has really expanded his horizons when it comes to road racing and as well dirt action too.
Yeah, and I had the opportunity, I think, driving against Dallas in the VCO Cup of Nations in 2019, and he's a really good driver, you know, when he drove for the Team USA. So it was a pleasure to share the track with him even when we did like at Indianapolis. So it is just because he's back at P26 doesn't mean he's a bad driver. On the contrary, he's a really good driver, really complete on everything you can actually throw out of him.
Well respected too by the community. Now getting a chance to latch on to the draft to the car in front, who is on older tires, by the way. That is Yannick Lapchin, seen at the edge of the frame. Behind them, saving continues for Ferreira.
And because Ferreira, I think, is hitting that 25-26 lap run, and Andrew Carr has still plenty more to give on that car, so I think Ferreira sits in a comfortable position, you know, not having too much issues with the Pearson's car right behind him, because even though he's slightly faster than both cars, he's kind of far away, so not in the need of applying major pressure at this point of the race.
Agree with you on that, and keep in mind that roof on that car also says have fun, have bam, I believe. Trying to figure out the have bam part, but they're definitely having fun. I will say that from what we've seen from them before.
The orange car, you mean?
Yes, it's on the roof of their car.
Ah, all right. It's have fun, have bam. Bam is an energy drink.
Oh,
You can see if you put on the on his bonnet, there is the name of the car of the energy drink right there. It says Bam energy drink.
here we go again with the energy drink discussion, but
Yeah.
there's energy drinks for everything, everyone.
Yeah, I think they have like we've reached the point where there's energy drinks of literally every single thing you can think of, and every crazy flavor you can think of, or every like process of making an energy drink you can think of. For example, I'm trying to remember which driver is it. I think it's Kyle Busch. Is it Kyle Busch?
Mm-hmm.
That I remember. I think I saw I Am NASCAR podcast on YouTube, and hey, it was Kyle Busch, and Busch has a Rowdy energy drink, and he actually uses that in the NASCAR series. So it's just show that you can make business and it actually work, and if you know how to play the business card, it actually works out. And for Kyle, actually, it is working out as this current moment in the energy drink sector.
Indeed. And our large competition now on board with them. You can see just trying to follow along, idle on for the time being. Keeping it around 5th gear down some of the major straightaways at the moment.
Yeah, because the David was actually mentioning about this, and it's a funny thing that you cannot hit 6th gear with the current distribution of the gears for the GT3 in the M6 in the M4, and I think even the Ferrari, you might struggle to get it within 6th gear a little bit. You need like a really long straight, like the Nürburgring Doringahoa, for you to actually reach that 6th gear and use the 6th gear appropriately.
I was hearing a bit of that discussion and was thinking about that, and definitely interesting.
Yeah, and the worst thing you can actually unlike the GT, not change the gearing, right? It is fixed. The gearing is actually fixed. You can only select what kind of gearing do you want. If you want, like, I think in iRace you can select the GT3 normal gearing, and you can select the NIMSA gearing, which I think is slightly shorter. So for a track like this, you want the normal one because you want to try to maximize your speed. But still, it's very interesting to see how the GT3 gearing the ratios actually spread out today.
Very interesting discussion indeed, and there's that fuel save really coming into play again for Ricardo. And just on cue, pit windows are now opening up once more for some of our drivers. Some of these competitors have been scattered amongst the half-hour mark, some of them right on the hour mark, give or take.
Meanwhile, what I like to see is the NAT gap that the MSI team has. I was looking over here that has on the both red line car and also the number 91 specifically as well. On the off-cycle strategy, when they opened up their stints, it was right about 38 seconds. Right now, it's nearly 10 seconds less, roughly, between the MSI car and the red line blue car. But with the Buda loop, whenever he was running, it was right looming in the 30 to 29s as well. So, not saying that Talon's second stint has been quite slow. It's just that the other cars have been overperforming more than usual for their first stints.
Seen, by the way, P1 Esports into pit lane, as well as REG Esports. I'm really curious on those numbers indeed as well, and how things will fare out, how tight some of the strategies are going to come out to be right now.
Interesting to see that now Andreas Joachimsen now taking over from Rapper Zag, which is an interesting thing here, that the majority of the drivers over here also were from the AAA Esports outing that drove an SCO, I think last season as well. I think drove the other GT car, if I recall correctly, because as we saw Razag and Joachimsen in some of these races, but now driving for the P1 Esports Audi.
Interesting backstories involving a lot of these teams. Pure Sims Esports coming to play for pit lane. All incredible growth of esports in general, how things have fared over the past couple of years indeed. Distribution with some of the teams, with some of the growth of some of the organizations as well.
And also another curious thing is to see, as we are looking into our Nage and also at the same time Pure Sim Spinning, is DV1 Trident Racing. They're not on the pit lane, but it is a team that I think in iRacing, for me, I think these past few months have been very, very quiet in iRacing per se, because we've seen them very, very active in other sims and actually getting good results. I think in the SRO series they actually had a really good result for other sims. They got a win in that, so they've been very active and getting good results there. But in iRacing, very quiet, and the majority of the drivers are kind of like Quenda. They can mix up the sims and be fast in neither one.
Indeed. Expecting our launch competition to potentially duck in this time by. Indeed they do, so they're coming in for their scheduled stop. In order for keeping that strategy nice and cycled. They make that slow roll down the pit lane at the moment, able to make their scheduled stop on the dawn. Getting back towards the discussion and how things are playing out for amongst your race leaders, I'm still very intrigued on how some of these competitors want to cycle forward. You have Tommy Osgard right now we're following along with. He's right now lined up at the second place overall car in Talman's. I'm really intrigued to see how things play out with MSI Esports in that 47. They seem to have really nailed the strategy for this race today.
It does look like they have nailed it. The only big question is if they can cut a pit stop on the team red line, the red car, the number 7 one, which has been, I think, nearly dominant this entire race. And if so, how much of a gap does red line red needs to build, or how safe they can be whenever the Talons stays into the track, and maybe Holtzman, if he has to do the pit stop, has to be in terms of making the service, getting to the pit lane, making the service, getting out of the pit lane, and be in front of the Spanish group.
Definitely a thought process indeed how things can break down. Right now, Carpets Sports just dumped down a Garmin swap of note as well. And there's so much that can go to the mind for a driver too, Lorenzo, at this point, you have to think, where, yes, obviously, it's probably best to keep your mind clear, but what does go through your mind at this point when you run all of these stints?
At this point of the race, with still too much to go, I still don't think you have to see. Of course, you have to see the bigger picture at the end of the race, of course. But I don't think you should. You have to be slightly concerned every single time about where are you in the terms of fuel, what's the number we need to hit, or something like that, because it's the point of just try to manage to do your best and don't get involved in anything else, especially during this transition from night to morning into dawn and now morning in the track that we saw, I think, especially in the 24 last weekend, where many mistakes can be made during this transition, because I think that's where the tiredness starts to kick in a little bit, or you got your braking points, you can be a little bit more aggressive and misjudge. So every scenario that you can play it out over here, I think you just have to be concerned to put the car on track and do the laps you want to do.
Absolutely. Worth noting, by the way, that W. Osgard is getting reeled in a little bit by a car behind. SI Esports Red, rather. Things are getting a little compressed. But keep in mind, Osgard is on that cycle where he is again on older tires. On the back foot where Merrill, if he gets the run, able to quickly move on by. We've seen a lot of give and take. These competitors with the different cycles that Lego machine has done.
I'm gonna try to make an analogy with will sound very weak when I actually try to do it. It's kind of like making a pancake. Right now, you're at the point of the race where you want to make a pancake, but you want to make a perfect pancake, and making a pancake is not easy if you don't have the practice. If you have the practice, the pancake will be good. So you just need to make sure that you are ready enough to, whenever the pancake is ready, to make sure that the thing is tasty and as ready as it can be, and have the right amount of mass for you to actually eat it. It's actually ready.
Now you've got me hungry for pancakes.
I know, right? All right, now let me bring into the conversation. What is your favorite topping after we break down that Holtzman's in the pit lane?
Yost Walmart coming into the car, and are you talking about favorite topping for a pancake?
Yeah, if you like to put a sauce or something in it.
I've never had anything other than butter on a pancake.
Okay, never put like honey or something extra in.
Nothing I can think of, but MSI Esports Red is thinking, thank you very much for the position. W. Oscar giving them the space, with some of the traffic getting really dicey there for a split second.
Yep. A little bit more convoluted than I think that MSI car wanted to be convoluted.
Yeah, very congested was that traffic down the straight. Yes, he is also tucked in for his respective service. But to get back to the pancake discussion, never really even been a syrup guy, I'll be honest.
Okay.
I know that sounds weird.
No, I mean it's understandable. I know there are people who are very, and I mean very purist and don't want to put any kind of syrups or toppings in it. And there are some people who like a maple syrup or a honey syrup or an agave syrup, for example, right? So it goes from individual to individual.
By the way, for those wondering, why are we talking about breakfast? Well, it is 7-Eleven. Some time. So
This is big.
breakfast time.
Oscar actually just spun right behind Alvaro Ramiro.
Well, that's not good indeed for Tommy Osgard. And that's lost him at least a few seconds as a result. And one of the main things that I've noticed is for these drivers, the main mistakes have been carrying a little bit too much speed to the corners these past couple hours at the very most. In case of Tommy, see the replay. Try to enter the corner right here and watch this apex.
Completely overshoots the apex. It is just like you said, carrying too much speed into the entry, and he was trying to over-rotate the car to make sure he hit the apex and not lose too much time on the transition. But what eventually happened, he spun the car around and lost several seconds, like 5 seconds to Alvaro Ramiro, which gives the MSI red car a little bit of a breathing room for now.
That's the key word right now, for now. Meanwhile, for now, Lapchin is inside the top 10 in this group for the first time in a long while. That 43 did start inside the top 10 a long while ago. But those drivers, that group expected to come in fairly soon. Keep in mind, they're already approaching their 27th lap this time completed on this stint. Car in chase, the racing team Euronics has already pit a couple laps ago with Patrick Heinrich. They are double stinting the respective tires.
Yeah, the big difference is though is that Patrick is on his second lap. Already did 2 laps in his stint, right? So that is big. That is really big on his like, even though the car is heavier, he can still be competitive in comparison to Lapshin, which is on his last lap of the stint. So eventually will gain back his top 10 spot once Lapshin goes into the pit lane.
A rough curve from Lapchin. That time to the section. Still is leading this group. There is the buffer car that you may notice in the backdrop. That is Fuga Simsport, who is trying to fall within a rhythm, a respective pack at the moment. Williams Esports is also ducked in for the respective service as well. They've been quietly inside the top 10 much of this respective run.
Meanwhile, talking about this top 10s, Daniel Lafuente into the pit lane as now Lapshin into the pit lane as well.
Yep, as mentioned, Williams Esports with Lafuente indeed. And there's that slow roll now for the launch of Gialta's Esports machine and Lapchin. Window was open for those respective competitors once more.
Interesting to see Call in the pit lane as well.
Interesting indeed, because it's a 1 lap difference, but keep in mind Call has been running on his own. He'll be the second of the Logic GLTC Sports machines in line at the moment with a slow roll. And I've noticed they've tried as much as they could to keep themselves within sync. Here's the look from Andrew at the moment. He tries to find his pit box and right through into the stop. He's taking the opportunity to make sure he stays hydrated as well, to be able to properly stay focused for his stint. A little bit of a snack as well. When you're in an endurance race like this, what do you snack on?
That is a really good question. I think he's eating some crackers, maybe some fruit. Because when I like to race, I usually eat some crackers or like a food like either a banana or to keep the potassium up, or also a pear or something like that I like to eat. And try not to be heavy on the drinks, like either water or maybe if necessary an energy drink, but then necessary enough for you to keep yourself hydrated and don't go to the bathroom urgently.
Off and away, and still finishing his snack while trying to make his way to the pit exit, right in the midst of heavy traffic around him, including some drivers trying to go full speed around. Watch to the right side as Tommy Oscar drives right on by and cuts in front after the cycle.
Yeah, but that's not for position though. Actually,
yeah.
Oscar is a lap up on Andrew Carr at this current moment.
It's still very tight, though, with the timing of that position in line as one car into the marbles. That's the Fuga Sim Sport machine letting by competitors on different lap cycles, but they had to go through all those marbles that are built up in that corner to be able to do so.
And that actually involves getting some loss of grip right there, so that Fuga car will struggle in a few corners, might get a little bit loose as well depending on circumstances, so just stay patient in the car and Jan Schmitz and see where it's going to end up next. But he goes into the marbles again.
And that's not going well for that car, but for the Logic Altus machine, it's going fairly smoothly on their out lap so far. Inside of that side-by-side, going down the Kemmel straight.
Right, this is interesting. Driver swap for the red line blue car. Willem is back in the car where Jeff has just done a single stint.
So do you think that's the signal of saying, okay, now it's time to get our daytime drivers, if that's the case, as Talmans comes in here?
It's an interesting topic. I really wanted to see. I'm gonna see if I can actually message Jeff and talk about this and see if it was like a planned call or something like that, because it kind of breaks away of the conundrum where we saw double C's being the default way to go over here on the track.
Keep in mind the air temperature is starting to pick up around the circuit. Sunshine out, it's already gone up 1 degree Fahrenheit for the past hour or so. Right now, it comes to the quick math. As driver swap for MSI Esports once more for their respective groups, so likely taking tires here as well. Quick math shows that if you divide it up simply as next 8 hours, you have the factor of 8 stops, try and go 27. If they keep on getting 27, I think they can get it to where they're in a really solid position strategy-wise compared to redlining. It will be close. by a few minutes or so, possibly, but it is doable to have that cutout window to potentially cycle and say, okay, we can pull this off.
Yeah, and again, I told David, that would change massively the race aspect of who stays in whose position in these final hours.
Thing is, they need to hit 27 each time, in theory, to be able to do that. That's the critical part. Absolutely, especially if you're in clean areas. Off and away they go, and look at this. Coming out amongst drivers on various strategies, including the double-stinted Loham, and will come up behind Bootaloo. As Bootaloo continues to charge on forward. Prime opportunity for Bootaloo, keep in mind right now, to be able to fight with Chris Loham right now. And the interesting thing with Chris Loham, they sent him out on the double-stinted tires. You mentioned that driver swap, an interesting decision. You normally don't see a driver swap and keeping that competitor on the rubber.
Yeah, unless you're really confident that your teammate can extract out of that rubber. You normally don't see that. It is also a risky strategy because the driver swap usually takes 30 seconds, and you cut right close to that 30 second once you do the full fuel strat. So getting away with it, really nice shot from them. The problem is they're going to become easily haunted once Lamella's tire actually builds up.
Yeah, well, it's already closed in within 1 second. So those fresh tires are really coming into play, possibly for MSI Esports. It's just a matter of they build enough of a run to get up there. It's going to take a few laps, possibly, but it's all going to be very intriguing how this works out. And if you're Christian, knowing those fuel numbers, I wouldn't be surprised to see him be a little bit more tentative. If he gets the run, yes, he might try it, but this is also a chance with these cars in front to save.
Yeah, no, I really want to pick the brains out of Lamella in here as they go through La Source, and how patient does Lamella is or will be when he gets within the back wing of Bootaloop's car, because both cars are quick 218 ones, and Lamella is on his first fast lap, so this is big, and it's kind of like those mind games I've been talking about. Putting Lulam already on the single set, it's kind of like playing mind games. Other people say, "Oh, see guys, we can extract the bat out of these tires, and you guys don't," or something like that. So late hour shenanigans as we go into our last third of this race.
Really intriguing, and the best way to summarize that is earlier today, seeing the phrasing from someone with a lot of experience in the sim, and the main thing they said is it's so hard when it comes to knowing you've got faster pace but also have someone who may be a bit slower but is very consistent. It becomes a mental game, and that is a perfect way to describe this right now, where it's the mental game of, okay, I've got to wait for that opportunity to be able to properly make this move.
You can see Lamella playing the patient game for now and not going for any risky moves as he's still building up his tires. It takes about 2 laps for your tire to be within considerable temperature to go for any overtakes without any major setbacks. So let's see what is going to happen in this next lap, because Lamella is being quite aggressively on the brakes, but it is more to keep with contact with the car of Bootaloop than go for the overtake himself.
Bootaloop gives space here. Curious on that with how close the braking is getting right now. Nearly to the bumper that time as they make their way down the hillside towards Eau Rouge and Radillon. And fresher tires for the MSI Esports machine. Squad and Simsport on their double stint strategy and also on a different cycle when it comes to their fuel. Already Chris Loham has broken away a little bit. Here comes the move from MSI Esports. And Boudaloop gives him the space to clear on by without losing really any time with that maneuver. Very nicely done by Lamella and Boudaloop.
Now one down, one to go, and let's see how Lulin plays this one out.
Yeah, now it becomes the true question of what happens with Loham.
It's gonna be interesting now.
Go ahead.
Because Lulum is actually catching P1 Esports. Just want to confirm. It's P1 Esports and ASR versus Able Esports, and both cars are actually in battle for position right now. They're P19 and 18, even though Levesque has to come to the pit lane. So it might help Lulum a little bit to have a car that is 10 laps and is on near rubber. Maybe get some speed and not let the MSI get closer that easily lap by lap.
Trying to reel one in like a fishing pole. It's right now. Mella trying to utilize those fresh tires again to get himself way. Second position. Keep in mind, Chris Loham is someone that's really impressed me past a while or so with his ability to drive in these types of events. Look very smooth. Official 24 competition, he's looked smooth here in this stint so far.
Yep. Yeah,
remember, he was the driver who started in the car.
Yeah, I think one of the things here, I think Lulum found back. I think I've been mentioning this since he was in AAA. His pace is so good, and he's able to do that with any car. And I'll be very honest, he's fast in GTs, but I think he's faster in F3s because does some real world racing, right? So I think he's much better in open wheelers, especially that F3 car, which in my opinion he shines in it. But his pace so far has been nothing but amazing, and his win at the 24-hour Nürburgring actually shows that in the official iRacing series. So, and his hiring by Redline was a very big hiring because it brings a guy that is young, fast, and knows a way or two around the car.
That's also very vital because a lot of the top teams, drivers who know their hand at not just racecraft and pace, but also the ability to set things on up. Mella trying to set this move up. Find the 4-lap offset, what continues to be one of the main focal points amongst these teams on their strategy calls. It's just been the tire cycles that has been constantly different. Those just tuning in. Jeremy Boudaloop also trying to close up this gap as well. So if they scrap a little bit or end up having a time where in opportunistic time when it comes to Loham in terms of timing, Boudaloop will be in a great spot to be able to pounce.
Yeah, but right now who's going to be pounced is going to be Lulum after he's actually up the Radillon or his Radillon complex, because Lamella was just 0.6 of a second faster than him on the previous lap.
very quick pace, and will that indeed come at the proper time? Lamella? Yes, indeed. It's very similar to Boodaloop, near identical, in fact. With the preciseness of that timing, Boham able to minimize any time loss there. So the fresher tires are now at the front of the grouping. So now to set sail is the main focal point for MSI Esports.
I think what that did in the long run of sorts, that helps the other car to be within a very comfortable gap to MSI, even though they, of course, they're slightly off in the pit cycle, of course, but it does give some confidence to Wallmeyer and Holtzman and Benecca to drive without too much pressure on their shoulders to ensure the gap towards the MSI Esports Blue car is real big, because right now 17 seconds and Wallmeyer is just as fast as Lamella, even though he's 10 laps in this thing.
All very interesting points indeed. And Boodaloop is knocking on the door. Red line blue now. See them now in the backdrop. They are within drafting distance. To be able to close on in, especially how they've been able to handle the braking zones. This all comes with 8 hours to go. Virtual Racing School Sports Car Open 24 hours of Spa. An intriguing battle forming up amongst your top positions. Team Redline Red has been the dominant team, and since this broadcasting portion began, they've grown the gap by 14 seconds over the car currently second, MSI Esports Blue. Team Redline Blue is in third, trying to latch onto the draft to be able to pull away from Jeremy Boodaloop and VRS Coenda Simsport. Lego Technic Esports team rounds out the top 5 with Tommy Osgard, who's in that machine. Maxime, Brian, and Apex Racing Team in 6th, the last car in the lead lap, followed by Bimo Racing Team, Euronics, MSI Esports Red. Top 8 was Williams Esports, Reno Esports HP. Top 10 at the moment on the board. And this race has been also very intriguing on how it's all played out. It's very strategies, but now it's the true test of, can you keep the pace up with the track conditions going to be rapidly changing over this next hour or two?
Lillum decided to go a little bit of rally crossing and picked up some dirt in the tires. It's going to affect the grip a little bit, but he's going to quickly brush it off, and still relatively close to Lamella right now, about a half a second still within the draft range. It just shows on these medium speed, low speed corners how well the grip, the additional grip that you have on the tires, actually plays out in comparison to a worn out grip.
And I'm curious how fatigue starts to settle in for some of these competitors right now. How do you try and limit that fatigue outside of the rest between the stints to try and make sure you stay fresh, especially if you're up trying to help your teammates? Some drivers can be up a day and a half with an event such as this.
Yeah, to be very honest, I don't think there is but the best balance is, like, I think what the number 91 car is doing, you know, have a guy drive 2 stints, or what would be equivalent of 2 hours if we go over the around the hour, right? Do those actually they're doing it a little bit over than 15 minutes. I think it is 54 minutes what they're doing, but still do 2 stints, rest up for about 5-6 hours, and come back into the car, you'd feel refreshed. You can take a little bit of a nap, you can eat something, watch something, you know, relax the shoulders, the tension out of the shoulders, the back muscles, the arms a little bit. So that is the ideal scenario, and I think what the number one car, the driver strategy of the number 191, I think is better than some of the other drivers who are like trying to carry the load out of some of these teams and try to do their best in the track. However, there's also the comfort part, but that if you already drove the car and you feel okay to drive it again and you don't feel too much wear in it, oh, well, why not go back into the car and see how it handles afterwards, right? So it's still the interesting compromises that some drivers try to find, and teams as well.
I find it very intriguing as well that despite the older tires, and while it is a bit of a lighter car, Loham, while yes, there is the draft, is matching lap times to someone on the fresher tires.
Yeah, we saw that scenario with Rogers in place of Lulum, right?
Yes.
Same driver in the MSI, the only thing that changes is the car, the brand. Of course, the brand, the car, and the driver driving that car, and maybe some colors within the car as well for the paint.
Last time by, they ran in the 2:17.5s. Here's a look for Loham, and what a setup. Some very nice curved monitors around him for his sim, and a lot of trophies in the background.
Yeah, but I think the most important thing right here, Justin, is the thing that we don't mention, and I haven't mentioned yet, is that a portable AC that is sitting on the right side of Chris Lulum.
Oh, yes. Yes, that's important to make sure you keep cool, especially since it can get fairly hot.
Oh,
has a bit of a bobble in front of him. Lamello nearly spun it around. What a save.
Oh, that's a mid-corner save that it demands some skills for you to actually keep that car on track. Normally, the car would spun around, so good reaction from Lamella to keep that car on track. But yeah, that AC I think for Lulum is necessary because from what I know, it's blindingly hot in England right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Very important to keep your equipment nice and cool and yourself nice and cool because you don't want to end up having your computer equipment overheat and causing a technical issue. Right now, staying dialed in and staying cool. This time by, as well, these drivers taking 207 estimated laps to go. You can see just again, able to dial in and focus on in with the mark still. On the older tires, they do have a car in front, and P1 Esports as well. Worth noting that Porsche Sport and Movado Sim Racing have now grouped themselves together as well for 21st position. A couple drivers are starting to find their way to one another around this circuit. As we continue to follow along with Chris Loham, take the opportunity to listen on in and sights and sounds around the racetrack. RaceSpotTV fan immersion with Team Redline Blue. following along with Chris Loham as he's made his way around the racetrack and continuing to follow along with the slipstream. The MSI Esports Blue Machine. Virtual Racing School Sports Car Open. 24 hours of spawn. Justin Prince Renzo Bonda with you. Louise in the producer seat for today's action as Jeremy Boulou has come into the pit lane for scheduled service. Able to make it 25 laps on the stint this time in the 981 machine as the cycle continues to be offset from some of the fellow competitors. On the left side of your screen, see that train for second and third spot. This continues to be also very critical for Chris. Older tires just continuing to latch on and use the car in front to help save for his window.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing though for Lulum right here is the fact that he is committing that car to keep closer to Lamella and be within his draft and not allow the VRS car to get closer. Because I saw some lines when I was looking over here on the sim that, for example, through Stavolo and the curbing between Stavolo and Pro Frere, he was running again in the gravel trap, in the sand trap, and going to that fine margin of saving time and bottling the car into a wall. So he's committing 100% to be as fast as he can every single lap and keep that MSI car at bay.
Very critical strategy for them right now.
Okay, another interesting thing is the Coanda team decided to break some parameters. Rogers is back in the car.
Yes, indeed. So Rogers and Dane Warren now jump into their respective cars down on the pit lane. That's involving the Warren Lego Technical Esports team machine. Let's go into Sim Sport, putting Rogers back behind that purple and orange machine.
And breaking a little bit of the due to stints, rest for what would be 6 stints, and then come back into the car. Interesting. I think they saw that they needed. Just speculating here and spitting out some words. I think they saw they needed a guy that could push up and try to surpass what the Lulum has been doing on track, and because they are battling for the podium right here. So they brought Rogers, who has been out of the 4 guys in the team the fastest driver by a long mile.
It's around that time where you start to consider bringing your high-level drivers. Indeed, be able to push. Seen how close Boudaloop had been getting to the top 3 before that respective stop a few moments ago or so. Noah's now broken the toe once again from Loham as well. But things are settling in fairly calmly once more. And for those just tuning in, this event seen a lot of performance adjustments for the respective manufacturers to balance things out for respective competitors. Some of the power being adjusted for some of the cars, as well as the fuel capacity there. But some of these era drivers have done a great job to position themselves to be in the money-paying positions. By that we mean the top 10, where you have prices from $3,000 for the winner down to, for 8th, 9th, and 10th, $300 on the line apiece US dollars. All of those positions are so very vital. We're seeing some of the cars where they've cycled out after the pit stops. Rogers has cycled behind. the MSI Esports machines. Warren we've seen moments ago, Psycho behind Nicholas Lobish as well. All over the back bumper. In fact, a little bit of a break there to let him go. That was a little bit chippy there for a split second.
Yeah, it looked a little bit dicey, them at first glance, that move that Rogers did on Alvaro Ramira, but good work from Rogers to clear on by without major drama going into Brussels.
Compare that to how things might go for Warren. We'll see if they can get a similar situation set up here. Trying the exact same thing, possibly no, not close enough.
No, and looking into the top 5 perspective, I think this is the moment. I think you kind of have to see the fuel, not the fuel numbers, but the pace numbers itself, and I don't think that actually Warren will be too conservative in the car, so possibly making a move in the next few laps.
Shocked to see him make the move indeed either, especially with the offset of 11 laps or so between these drivers and their windows. Keep in mind, Urano Esports among those competitors who hit within the final 15 minutes of each hour, based on what we've seen over the past few. Trying to set things up this time for the run up, possibly through Blanchimont. We've seen a couple drivers being able to make the move to the final chicane today. Most of the moves, though, for this traffic has been directly to the Camel Straight, not able to get the run that they're looking for. Final chicane this time, so likely coming in the Camel Straight once again.
Hey, it's where they lose the least amount of time, right? So I can totally see Warren waiting a little bit more, trying to be patient, wear the tire to brush up to some kind of optimal heat, and then go for that overtake.
See if he's able to build up that run, expecting that. But especially the double stint situation for Lobish. It's time, possibly. Now the next couple. Camel Straight this time. Not sure if they're close enough here. No, Dane Warren not close enough to be able to make the lunge. Not exactly as positioning there. And keep in mind, when it comes to their call, they're trying to gain as much time as they can on some of these era competitors. This is still a vital position when you consider things, even with the strategy breakdown. It's important to cycle and gain time to someone, including drivers like Williams Esports. Warren, thought about a poke to the left side, still thinking about a poke to the left side, thought about a lunge to the left side, backs off from the left side, continues to poke his nose towards the left side, now thinks about ascend to the right side to make the move. Side by side between Warren and Lobish, into the marbles goes Nicholas Lobish, and finally he makes the move.
Yeah, going through the piff path and already applying some pressure on Lobish. I thought he would actually be more not patient, but conservative and trying to keep the car as close as possible to Lobish, going down Pujon, then making the move on piff path, allowing the driver out of the Urano Esports to do the full run without major issues, but it doesn't look like it. He doesn't want to lose a lot of time to the competition.
Still needs to close up about 25-30 seconds to get up to Daniel Fuente, who is also on a double stint strategy with the offsets going on amongst these competitors. Note as well, James Scott, Daniel Ferguson are close for 13th, 14th with Ferguson on older tires compared to Scott. Those cars may have swapped position as well.
And by the way, Lamella managed to finally break away from Lulam. And Lulam actually did a very interesting call. he let the P1 Esports car of Joachimsen go by and is now using Joachimsen as a draft buddy of sorts to save fuel.
Very smart call for them, especially with the numbers we talked about that they need to hit. Right now, technical machine. No marks for them. The cars in front to hit quite yet. They do. They need to roll on forward. They have a car that is about 20 car lengths up the road from them. But now, again, we've talked about this throughout the race so far, the importance of strategies, being able to get the preparation done, be able to have your game plan scripted out ahead of time. When it comes to this portion, how much do you have to make sure you're prepared to be on the fly, to be able to make those crucial changes if necessary right now to make sure if anything has to be changed up, this is how we do it?
I don't think there's too many changes that you can do in terms of car preparation, something like that. Maybe it's just be there for as a contingency plan if something goes south, like we saw at the 24 when Dame Beats I said nearly international, but it was internet crashed and Max Verstappen had to take over. So be at the ready, at the go if like those mishaps or occurrences happened, and setting up like pressure on the car, or maybe ABS or traction control. That is not well needed. You can do it, but it is just like to try to adapt into the current transition. But there, at this point of the race so far, there is no real need for it. You might need that maybe once they hit maybe 10 a.m. in the sim, 10 to 11 a.m. in the sim, where if you want to do adjustments in the traction control and ABS and brake bias, that's where you're going to have to make those decisions.
That was going to lead to my next question, what you can try and tweak for those who may be watching for the first time. So all of that, so vital again for how you prepare for this type of event.
Yeah,
because these types of, go ahead.
I was gonna say, because you can in iRacing, the pressure of the tires, the whole majority run at the lowest pressure possible to build up easily the pressure with the contact on the ground and everything. So there isn't much need for you to be like some PSI extras, so that's why they don't do it. It's more like in-car adjustments like ABS, traction control, brake bias, to make sure the car is more planted to the ground, especially when they get some hot weather in the track.
On board now with Dallas Pataska, meanwhile. My racing machine battling with her pals through the sim sport. Jumping around with on these strategies around this point. Teams just about every 2 hours or so, give or take. Just how the cookie crumbles when it comes to these competitors. And it's just the ebbs and flows and just the natural rhythm of how things can play out when it comes to the sim, keep in mind. And when it comes to endurance racing in general, you normally get yourself racing against competitors such as this throughout the middle portions in particular.
And that doesn't necessarily mean they are the slowest drivers or the most safe drivers, of course. For example, Joshua Rogers is one of the fastest guys around the track easily, and he's also safe. So just because you are on track right now and you are fast doesn't mean you have to be the fastest guy for that specific time frame. It's just that it is the time frame that fits you best for the time zone that you actually are, or you have to fill a gap for someone else in the team, maybe.
And the interesting thing is, when it comes to Sports Car Open, is many of the drivers are getting towards club no sleep, is the way some have described it.
Yeah.
A lot of drivers like to stay up the whole entire time and cheer on their teammates in some cases.
Yeah, or like some of those who are actually streaming. For example, I think Jamie Fluke right now is streaming the race for Apex, and whenever he's not driving, he's usually interacting with his chat or helping out his teammates. So the only thing he doesn't read is chat whenever he's racing, and it's natural. You really don't want to be. You want to be focused on the track. But other than that, it's a normal thing to see teammates going the full 24 hours or 12 hours or 8 hours of events, because we haven't had, I think, a 24-hour race in SCO during its regular season. I think the longest they have been is the 12 hours of Sebring. So, in a sense, being up for 12 hours is a much easier task than being up for 24 hours. But still, you can do it just to support your teammates or be ready for any mishap or occasion.
Absolutely. 7 hours, 30 minutes to go on the clock, to be precise now. In some time now, just past 8 a.m. Critical thing to think about is temperatures for the track are starting to slowly creep up. It's gone up a degree Fahrenheit. It's past 30 minutes or so. So these drivers are getting that built up now. And that's only going to skyrocket from here, keep in mind.
Like I mentioned, track temperature should start seeing a very gradual increase right about 9:15 to 9:30 a.m. is where you might see going to 23, maybe 24, slowly creeping up into 25, 26 when it gets to 10 a.m. and then it just goes up eventually up to the 30s and 40s during 11 p.m., midday, 1 p.m. and 2 p.m.
It's obviously something all these teams will be watching very keen eye to be able to make those adjustments mentioned, as well as to make sure, okay, how do we attack the track at this point to be able to prepare for the conditions. Of note, Pure Sims Esports, R8G Esports, Venable Sim Racing have all ducked down for their respective service once more. Once more, it's on the dot for how things have fared out for them. Be able to make 26-27 laps. We'll say it's been some quiet running for some of these competitors. We talked about Williams Esports a little while ago, a few hours ago, in fact. For example, they're among the top 10. Fuente's just quietly been running in that 8th position so far. Some other competitors like Heinrich has settled in. The Apex Racing Team car, they've been very silent throughout the day. They've quietly just been running top 5, top 6 throughout this entire run.
Yeah, the problem for, like, if we're talking about Apex, they were more active during the late night, like around 11 p.m. to midnight portion of the race, when me, David Haynes, and Connery were on comms, because they were running third and they were shuffling that third spot with Redline Blue, with the Coanda car. So the problem is, of course, Brian's first ever stint his first laps were underperforming in comparison to the competition, and does cycle the car several places back. And they, even though Zach actually put up some pace in the car, he just could not recover in comparison to the other teams. But they're running within that top 5, and I think was one of those teams that could be safe on fuel for the final hour, maybe hour and a half of the race, that they don't have to cycle an extra pit stop going for 23 in this running.
Looking at their stints right now, they're in a pretty decent situation in terms of that range. SI Esports getting right towards that boundary, the closest. Those numbers too. Dodge Competition and DV1 Trident Racing have also ducked down, this time by all of their respective pit stop services. This group continuing to just ride on forward. 25th, 26th position. And Dallas Pataska again just trying to play things smart. Save fuel. Ride on behind. Best situation you can get towards with how things are faring out, especially with the strategy flops with Carbon Sim Sport for their respective battle.
And meanwhile, there are some cars who are cycling into the pit lane. I saw Carbon Sim Sport now doing his service. If you want to try the racing in the car in the pit lane, there is a driver swap with Marcin Skripchak coming into the car in place of Dominic Blyer. So some teams going to the lane, and we fully expect to see the red line car coming this time by. The leader of the race, I mean.
Yep, absolutely. Been very quiet time, but a very dominant run, we'll say, for Team Redline Red. But kind of want it to be quiet where you don't have to deal with too much traffic. They've just been slowly but surely creeping their way forward, potentially try and lap their way forward to as high as the top 3 positions.
It's kind of like their situations looks like it is a little bit similar to they were in the last portion when I was commentating with Somo, that they don't have a major threat or a major target behind their back or someone chasing them really closely. So they are within a very comfortable spot, maybe more than they actually were in the 24-hour race last weekend.
Absolutely. How much help does that preparation term with the crossover come into play factor in to from having the official racing data to then in turn have the differences, of course, for this event? But how much of that crosses over?
It's an interesting question because if we're talking about drivers who, you know, are driving the same car, it does give you some relatively good data because you're running similar conditions, as we're about to see Valmeyer duck into the pit lane, and that gives you a rough idea in terms of how the car is performing. But the BOP of course changes, and it did change drastically in the car up to the point we're seeing no domination of BMWs. Is more Ferraris than the BMWs at this running, but still gives you a general idea how the race progresses and maybe how you strategize the car into these events. I joke, it is kind of like the last week's 24 was the roar before this 24 of sorts, if we're making parameters what we said Daytona. Of course, not the same cars, but it gives you a pretty much a gleam idea of how this race is going.
As you see, Wallmeyer indeed rolling his way through the pit lane, trying to get to his stall. I mean, for service, a little bit of a wobble that time. Stoppage. Luke is also ducked into the Apex Racing Team machine this time. Fulham also ducked into the lane this time by as well. So the lengthy time settles on in for Wallmeyer. He ends up rolling, or if he goes back onto the jacks here, especially with the track conditions still fairly cool. Compares with just that 1 degree Fahrenheit increase, and yes indeed, off and away, 41.7 Ernest Wallmeyer.
Now the blue car comes in, and will we see like a swap in the drivers though? Because we saw that last time by where Willem took control out of the car. So will he stay? Will he go? We'll give position back to maybe Vecchio or Jassy. Let's see.
It looks like he's making the move to get out of the car here. So Chris Loham appears to be potentially staying in here. And
That's interesting.
And also did duck into the Beal Racing Team Euronics car. Note, Simon Nicholson also going inside the 5-star Motorsport black car that's lined up just behind his machine. Alex Gall has also jumped into the 64 in this window of respective cars down on the lane. And it looks like the tires now come into play for Loham. See how he'll cycle out on the racetrack. The interesting thing is, where is he going to cycle out? Drivers like Rogers, as well as a few others in the Lego Technic Esports team car on the left side of your screen, trying to roll their way through there in 7th still, trying to continue to set sail, trying to close up that gap to Williams Esports. That will take a lot of time. They've closed 5 seconds since the last time we checked in with them, about 20-30 minutes ago, so they are putting in a decent clip with those fresher tires right now.
What's interesting more also is that Josh Rogers opened up nearly a 5-second gap on Lulem as he comes out of the pit lane.
That's what I was about to get towards too. So Joshua Rogers winning a 2:17.2 last time by. Hours way on by Loham with the time of the pit stop. Remember that Loham was behind, was in front. Say, sizable margin at VRS Gwen to SimSport machine before the last pit stop cycle. So obviously Rogers has turned up the wick, him jumping into the race car.
It will be interesting to see how Lulem reacts. If there's a guy with really good pace that can match Rogers or get close to Rogers, I think it is him.
So as well, don't forget, the main wrench into everything is still that MSI Esports car, the 47. The gap is about 31 seconds at the moment.
Yep.
And Lamella continuing to try and get towards that window of trying to get towards even marks. That's going to be the critical part of this.
Yeah, the number in terms of life cycles between the cars has been quite an interesting scenario. That on paper, we actually don't have where I don't have the faintest idea who actually has the upper hand.
It can go either way.
Yeah, normally at this point of the race, because you've done so many pit stops and the pit stops eventually spreads out the field naturally, right? You start to have a small idea on who has the better strategy, even when everything converges. At the end of the day, as we're seeing Sport and Dakota and the Sport car and Dakota Fripp battling for position down to the Jackie X corner, as Dakota now goes by. But again, we have no idea who's in front, who's going to come out on top in the final hour.
Right now, Mella does reach marks that I'm adding up right now in terms of the timing, around 7 hours and 10-minute mark, give or take, for their stop. That puts them in a spot where you need to, in theory, be able to push that window forward an additional 2 minutes or so per pit window. And it will come down to the final 2 hours. See how that strategy works out in terms of the timing itself, but the critical part will be, can they build enough of a buffer for it to play out strongly for them compared to the 71? That's going to be the biggest mark, is can they break away enough for it to come into play in the final hour?
Yep. Meanwhile, Logitech Altus Esports on the pit stall. Luke McKeown back in the Audi car in place of Andrew Call, and James Scott going for his first service in the Lamborghini. So he's just going to go for tires right here. So there will be some sort of a switchback between both teammate cars.
Follow on with Venable Sim Racing and Porsche Sport. Ford expecting to come in the next few laps or so. Ryan Parkins behind the wheel of that 31 machine. Dakota Fripp tries to pull off and away. I know we keep on mentioning math, of course, which is so critical right now for all this is the massive gamble that's worked out in the past. Keep in mind, it's played out before. It was a few years ago, I believe, here in official competition, we were able to see a driver and a team cut out a pit stop, and they were able to come away with a victory. So it's exactly a window that can play out perfectly. Time things up right. By the way, looking at the Beal Racing Team Neuronics machine, really trying to hold on with some of the traffic at the moment. Sven doing a very solid job right now to storm off this respective stint in this car.
It is, you know, Sven, one of the fastest drivers in GT3 cars, GT3s in general. That is his bread and butter. Basically, he only drives GT cars in the official series, so he knows what to do with that car. Let's see if how the Bila Racing Neuronics driver will handle this car on the track, because he has a lengthy gap to try to catch Jamie Fluke at this current moment.
It's the key part. Well, in part. They also have a decent sizable margin over Williams Esports, which is also very critical. And the driver behind Rage Esports, Vlad, just allowing himself to be able to save for his respective window. Keep in mind that's the organization that has to pit every half past when it comes to the clock on their window.
really want to bring up Vandaval real quick over here. Because last time we saw Vandaval in a race, in like these endurance races, they actually came away with the win in the Creventic Endurance Series back at Hockenheim with a thrilling finish against the Williams Esports that was driven by Agustin Canapino and Alex Arana, and that car was driven by Spencer Kostowicz and I think Stephen Ash, if I recall correctly. But a team that is slowly on the resurgence of endurance racing, you know, had some real good drivers and went out to some other teams, trying to go for the rebuild mode, but still within top 20. But where they start, of course, P14 within the top 10. So where they are at is not what they want to be, but I think for trying to build up team experience and finding out with some of the biggest teams in sim racing, where they didn't get that, as of course in major playing side in the Creventic series, because it's multi-class. I think for them it's a really good experience so far.
Pit lane goes Porsche Sport. Absolutely great experience for them. Ronald Sim Racing also ducked into the lane this time by with Dion Fialo behind the wheel of that machine.
Going 27 laps, Dion.
Indeed, as well, 27 laps for Christian. So he's hit that mark and right on the cue that we were talking about, around 7 hours, 10 minutes that he needed to hit. Next window moves forward for needing to hit 6 hours, about 8 minutes, maybe 8 or maybe 7.5 minutes. Jonas Waltmeyer now going around the racetrack. They had lost a few seconds with their double sinted tires prior to this service.
Yeah, it looks like gap will increase right about 50 something seconds. I think last time by the Valmeyer was in the lead, it was right around 58 seconds when Valmeyer came for his first service. So looking forward to see how much of a stretch it is now for the red line car on the number 47 of the MSI Blue.
Blue car continuing to wait for their service right now. Of course, in the time to fill the fuel, likely spot where they may not take the tires again, based on what we've seen. Patterns, yes indeed, but it's a bit of a lengthier stop of 42.1. Didn't seem to get the best launches coming out of the pit box there.
But it was a better pit stop in general than Valmeyer's pit stop.
Walmeyer, keep in mind, was a 41.7 when he came in a few laps ago, so there is a little bit of time lost as a result there.
Yeah, but from start to finish, from the whole lane, Lamella 0.3 of a second faster. 142.1 for Lamella, and Valmeyer did a 42.4.
In terms of the execution for pit box to pit box, essentially, to be able to roll down the lane itself. See where the time differential coming into play, absolutely.
Yeah, but it's interesting that I haven't seen anybody other than them break from the 42 barrier. I think the only car I've seen that was, I think, Lulem a few pit stops back, where he did a 41.7, if I recall correctly. And I think he's the only car I've seen do the 41s in the pit stop, going for only fuel.
Solbish is in for his scheduled stop as well, but making 27 as well, and now they are also in the box where they may be able to try and stretch it a little bit further the next couple stints if they can do so. Interesting where they can fare out. Either way, they've been a top 10 contender all day long. Right side of your screen, Wallmeyer trying to pass by traffic meanwhile, and there is a good cluster they are starting to reach back in front. Potentially play a factor. A driver swap meanwhile for the 94 machine on the left side. It is Nick Schultz Weiserman who will jump into the 94 machine. Him. That will be the first stints all the way since laps 108, 187. Reference, we're already in lap 429. And I believe one driver may have had a problem in Lacombe. It is Sven Hasse in the Beal Racing Team Euronics machine who is off in the runoff area.
I think he got involved in contact. Yeah, he did.
And there he is right there on the racetrack. Severe damage for the Beal Racing Team Euronics machine. And yes, indeed, I think they may have gotten involved with contact.
He got involved with course sim racing at the entry of Lacombe.
Here's a look at the replay. That's Pascal Stix, who is the car behind, and bye-bye. What a hard hit and a heartbreaker for a team that's been inside the top 10 for much of the past few hours, and severe damage on that car.
Yeah, how they negotiate the next few laps and the aero loss and the speed loss that Sven and the number 46 car will have remains to be seen, but that is big, real big.
You have to wonder how the emotions are going to be. They're already clipping the grass too. Sven is making a lot of mistakes with this damage now. You have to wonder if they're going to try and push forward or have to come in with how hard that hit was to the Armco barrier.
I mean, he has to continue because he cannot repair the rear wing. The rear wing, I think, is the only part of the car that is not repairable.
Front right is definitely crunched in too on that race car. That's the main concern. It looks like they will continue forward, Lorenzo. So at the very least, they'll try and get to the end of the window. They have to extend forward, and now it's going to be defensive mode to try and hold on to these positions possibly as a result of this.
Yeah, it could implicate some major things right now, but I think the gap they have to Williams Esports is considerably good, to say the very least. So he's not in immediate danger of losing any sort of positions in his current stint. Maybe in the long run, though.
Yeah, that's the key thing I'm trying to get towards with the damage is it accumulates the amount of time. First lap of speed, I'm keeping my eye on to see how it fares out. He is within the draft on the right side of Lamella at the moment. But still, that right front is really crumpled in.
It's the kind of damage that at this point in the race might be one of the damages you really don't want to have. Of course, it's not a mandatory pit stop because you can carry to the end of the stint, but you did that on the early portion of your stint. You did that on your first third of your stint. So having that car kind of drags itself into the track and not being consistently fast in comparison to the other cars, which is a possibility, it's a little bit of a damper on the morale of the team. And what might happen might be the first time we see an intervention from race control in this race in a long time.
An eye on it, especially since we're approaching 7 hours to go. And quickly, the lap time was a 2:18.2.
That's not good. That's nearly like more than half a second slower per lap. Of course, it's the first lap. He's just still trying to settle it down, but it does show that the car is losing right about half a lap, half a second per lap in comparison to how the car was in one piece.
It's to the point where he's actually running slower down the Kemmel straight by 3 miles per hour in the draft of the MSI Esports Blue machine. That's how badly this car has been impacted by that collision.
It's unfortunate, and again, it is in the early portion. So if it was on the latter portion, maybe you can try to anticipate your pit stop, but no, he has to go all the way.
Trying to push on forward as some of the air drivers shuffling about. The Esports Red machine trying to get into a flow.
Yeah, Alex Ardisana back in the car.
Yes. And this is the next car back that, keep in mind, they just completed service about a lap or so ago. Who might be able to, in the long haul, take advantage of what happened to the Racing Team Neuronix car. We also have Williams Esports trying to reel them in as well. So now officially past 7 hours to go. Reset. Watching the virtual racing school sports car open 24 hours of Spa. It's Team Redline Red continues to lead up the front. MSI Esports Blue, VRS Coenda SimSport, Team Redline Blue, Lego Technic Esports team at the top 5. The Apex Racing Team, Buell Racing Team, Neuronix still in 7th with the damaged car. See the Williams Green and MSI Esports Red is in 8th, followed by Williams Esports and Urano Esports HP. That time by, picked up 3/10 on the 46.
Yeah, I think it might be added to the fact that this Sven has the other MSI car in draft, but the thing is, he was reaching 251 on the 251 kilometers per hour on the exit of the or the end of the Camel Straight. You guys are gonna see Ardisiana nearly hit 260 to 58 at the end of the Camel, and that's big. You know, the one thing you really don't want to have is that loss of speed and loss of aero pressure into some of the key turns like Wuhan and Blanchimont as well.
Blinky we've seen right there with DV1 Trident Racing. For a split second as we take a look at Logic Giolta's esports machines in 11th and 12th. Back on sync with their strategy, but a little bit different tire calls. James Scott is on older tires, fresher tires. Now the car in the 83.
Yeah, and James run, and it will eventually bound to happen because James is running some high 18s and eventually would bring Luke McKee on into the fray. And now you're going to see the swapping of positions between teammates.
They do it nice and smoothly too. You have to think that's coordinated with the timing of them together with one another. Now, matter of seeing how things shuffle about, especially with some of the troubles with the cars around. Absolutely incredible race so far, to say the very least, as we approach the closing stages of segment 3. We still have under an hour to work with, Lorenzo. It's been an intriguing race. Your thoughts on how things could all play about here?
It's interesting, too early to call, but it does look like every single stint that this is red line, the number 71, the red line red race loose. But I think at the end of the portion is where we're gonna see the temperatures raise drastically, and then start to raise drastically, and maybe the tire strategy starts to converge a little bit, because the single stints might be the way to go moving forward into the final hours.
Stories are definitely going to be building up as this time continues to cascade on forward. It's all going to capitalize on forward. It's going to be interesting. Why don't we take the opportunity to go to RaceSpotTV fan immersion with Field Racing Team Euronics. Take a listen in with this car and how they're dealing with this damage. As you can see, the damage has built up to the point where they've had to come in after just 12 laps on their stint, and already Sven has jumped out of the car for Bila Racing Team Euronics. After being in position for a top 10 run, that looks to be out of the cards for that organization. As we welcome you back in Virtual Racing School Sports Car Open 24 hours long. From stages of segment 3 of our coverage of this event. Justin Prince, Renzo Vonder with you, who always in the producer's seat for this action. It's very unfortunate for Bila. They were losing a fair bit of time, and we were wondering, of course, if they would elect to come down to pit. You mentioned you try and at least complete the stint. It looks like for Sven, he felt like he couldn't complete that stint.
Yeah, he just couldn't do it anymore. I think Sven got fed up with the car losing performance, and I think he knew deep down inside he wouldn't be able to compete with the other cars on the field, especially when the track eventually would get hotter and hotter, and decided to retire the car, which is really unfortunate for Frank Bila's team, because both cars are now out of this race, and both cars had promises of top 10s, because when Tennyson actually spun the car around and had its issue, it was right around the top 10. I think it was 11th or 12th in the running. So it's really unfortunate to see that.
Very unfortunate, and now it's a matter of seeing how things play out over these next few hours for the rest of our competitors. Right now, following along with one of the drivers, which has an opportunity to take advantage of all of this knowledge competition. They've already made a pass on James Scott. Currently try and close in on the top 10 now, and that's now in play for one of the Launch Tech G Altus esports cars. It's just a matter of which one ends up being in that position, or can Ornage get themselves to that top 10. That's going to be very critical for them.
It's going to be critical. I think you're opening up kind of like a very big door, like those is a very, I can say, a gate to see who gets the last place out of the top 10. You know, it's going to be a battle, right? It's a battle for gaps right now, but it's a battle of strategies as well, to see which one has the better strategy as we're about to approach our final quarter of this race. Because if we're talking about fuel, maybe the best car might be the number 43 car, which is a P12 at the current moment. But if we're talking about drivers, maybe you can say the 23 of Arnage or the number 83 might have the better drivers. You can start those discussions, but anything concrete, maybe only in the final laps of this race.
Keep in mind that Arnage, an organization that came about really in May.
Yeah.
And they have really been on the rise. They've risen through the pylon as well, because about 6 hours into the race, round 16. Around 13 hours, around 12. They dropped down to about 14th for a little while, as far back as 15th or so. And now, they're in their prime position to have one of the strongest performances for this organization so far.
Yeah, and again, to be very honest, really close to bringing some very good results into their team. They've been hunting those results for quite a while now in the SCO Sprint, the Sprint Masters, and I think Sprint Challenge as well. But never being able to get that expressive result so far for a team that, like I mentioned, was the core of AAA esports. There are some drivers that drove for Zenith as well, like Ricardo Rico. So there is some very big sim racing experience, especially in the endurance side.
Absolutely, and you mentioned Ricardo Rico, someone with experience in some top competitions and all of iRacing as well. That's very vital experience when you're trying to get a group together of drivers. Remember, with some organizations saying they bring in a driver and it ends up being that driver is a great person to be able to mentor talent and be able to bring them up and be able to teach them new things.
Yeah, I was just looking at their Twitter right here, and they have the lineup showcased over there, and the lineup is very respectable with Jimmy Antunes, which has been a guy that has been up and coming in the GT3 field, a very respectable dude that I've had the opportunity to race against in a few events. Ricardo Ferreira, a Portuguese, like a Portuguese GT3 driver, very capable, very polite as well, a really good individual to talk to. Nicolas Rubilar is another up-and-coming driver. I think he's, if I recall, he's Chilean. So one of the fastest South American drivers we have available in the sim. Ricardo Rico as well. So just to name a few some other drivers, they have a very extensive lineup, but it's very complete, and it showcases right here why is a team that we should be looking for in the future.
I agree with you absolutely, and they've done a very impressive job. We've talked about them a lot today. That pink machine, a lot of power. Meanwhile, the purple car, Joshua Rogers, has ducked down for service, as you see the manufacturers as well come into play for these respective cars. The top three are Ferraris currently. You have a couple Porsches in 4th and 5th. You have a Lamborghini in 6th position, a Ferrari 7, a BMW in 8th. So the Ferraris looking very strong for the top organizations right now. We talked about this a little bit with the balance, but in terms of the balance of how the manufacturers load, it's been interesting today, to say the very least, throughout this event.
And seeing that car on the top 5 and both VRS going to the cars, kind of like trying to mimic the same strategy is really interesting. It kind of mirrors what Redline is doing right now. So in terms of pace, both cars have been pretty much similar on pace, but just this off-cycling of teams have been putting up some shrouding mystery of who has a better strategy. But that is what makes sim racing very compelling, because these everlasting stories that we have to tell, and it only wraps up when it is on the final hours. Not going to be able to wrap them up. It's going to be you and David and Stefan Schlaka when they come back for the final portion that will be telling us the tale. It's those interesting stories that we like to hear about and keep following on.
I think they'll have a tracker of the closing stages follow along in the next while or so, as Rogers has completed service. He sees several others completing their service. Dave Warren pit boxes at the moment. Oh, you see some more pressurized cars trying to battle around the circuit. That's MSI Esports Red in front. EV1 Trident Racing, who is on a different lap cycle, 2 laps down, who is keeping within range, has been really getting close to that car.
Yeah, he even blinked him at one point, but what has served for him a little bit over there is that he's using the MSI to get closer to the P1 car, which is right in front with the older tires, so it's been working sensationally for him over there. But also right behind is the Cut of Rip, and they're on the same tire strategy and basically within reasonable gas to one another, even though Marcin is on the draft of the MSI car of Christian Lamella. Sorry, not Christian Lamella, but Artie Senna right now.
Also have the former eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series driver Phil Tyan and the Racing Esport Nordic machine. It's in this train of lap traffic that they're starting to now deal with.
Yep.
Of course, an interesting character when it comes to his experience and that side of things. Now, just bottling things up just a touch bit here. Not the most optimistic time for these cars to try and make the move here.
Yeah, you really don't want to make the move on put a massive pressure on Purhan, you can do it, but it comes with the cost of scrubbing the tires and maybe spinning the car around. So you have to be very precise where you put the car and make that overtake.
Oh, and that was near contact there from Alex. He tried to pounce to the left side of the racetrack, starting to get a little bit frustrated and flustered, possibly. Again, this is the 27th place car in front. MSI Esports Red going side by side, heading towards Blanchimont. Able to make the move there, and another car trying to take advantage, nearly shoving them off the racetrack.
That could have ended in disaster right there for Marcian and Yachtian. So how does he make that? I'm boggled right now, but that brought a little bit closer Dakota right now into this race, because the gap was 1.2 at the start of the lap. It's shortening down to 0.8 seconds. Marcin's gap to Dakota right now. The only thing that separates them is that MB car that is Ian is driving.
Indeed, right now, and definitely that DB1 Trident Racing car going to be aggressive. And oh, by the way, remember Vendaval Sim Racing Red? They're saying, hello, I'm ready to join the party too for position on the same strategy cycle to take advantage of this.
Wow.
Yeah, the problem is Jarl not letting Dakota on by easily quite yet either. Just not the best of timing either. Right now.
Dakota's getting frustrated.
Yeah, you see that in the backdrop a little bit with some of the snaking. Seen just trying to stay tucked in behind right now. And there's Jarl making the move to allow by Vendaval Sim Racing Red.
Not a major time loss though. The time loss, I think, was right around 0.2 of a second. It kind of put them back within the second margin, both cars. Not only Dakota's car to Marcin, but also Marcin to Joachimsen.
This layer upon layers battle is starting to really form up too, and you have to wonder what P1 Esports feels right now. They've been on the older tires, just continuing to just stay at the head of this group.
I can tell you how they're gonna feel once Ardisana gets on his back. Possibly violated, because I can totally see Marcin trying to take advantage out of this.
I think so. Keep in mind, Dakota Fripp also looking for the chances here. And remember, MSI Esports, the car that's there in the 48, is in 7th position, near contact, with a little bit later on the braking from DB1 Trident Racing. In the source, and the gap is down to about 3 car lengths separating these competitors now up the hillside.
Question is, how much of a late braking will Joachimsen will want to go for to try to retain as best as he can that position?
He is lane by the MSI Esports red car. Gives him a little space, a little bit deeper in the brakes, and look at Marcin close right up to the back bumper.
Perfectly timed. And now Fripp is in the mix as well.
Yeah, he's been slowly but surely reeling these drivers on in. Joachimsen now trying to hold on to this spot for now. And you get the older rubber to just hold on until we can boot on some fresh tires during the pit stop window.
I can be bold. No, 3 laps. So you can you hold 3 laps? These aggressive cars, they're looking there. They want to eat you up alive. So I don't think Joachimsen has the car enough to hold the both Fripp and Skripchik at this time of the stint so far.
This run through the final chicane for the racetrack is going to be wild, I think, possibly, if not down the Camel Straight, this upcoming time by. Marcin elected that time to go for the clutch instead, as a bit more traffic coming into play near contact in front. That was Pure Sims Esports OBP who nearly got hit. Jesse Stevens now pulling to the side to let by this entire train.
And now everybody checking up one another. I can totally see a 3 wide scenario right here, to be very honest with you, Justin.
With 6 hours to go?
Drivers are crazy. If there's one thing I've learned about sim racing, so I wouldn't be surprised if they put 3 wide. Here we go.
Andreas fight this. Seeing going to the inside. DV1 Trident Racing, a little bit early on the brakes, and no, he won't fight it. Older Tires lets him on go with the aggression showing from him. But Dakota Fripp, keep in mind, wants to keep within range quickly of DV1 Trident Racing with them being on the same cycle. He's going for the poke.
And just try to apply some pressure going to the inside of Bruxelles and just cannot capitalize, and this is damaging for Fripp because they're, again, both DV1 and Veneval are within the same strategy, so Fripp might go a little bit left off the gas over here, let the car rotate and try to grab as much run as he can possibly get down on Pujon, and they make the move on the 5th path. I can totally see a dive from Fripp right here, but he decides to play a little bit more conservative.
Not close enough to be able to get the lunge. Needed our car length to be able to do so, I think. Now it's the matter of getting that flow back. If it doesn't work out before the final chicane, likely we'll be able to make that pass down the Camel Straight based on how P1 Esports handled DV1 Trident Racing's move. And now, see how things turn out for Fripp. Looking like it is going to go into fruition for Fripp. Be able to have the opportunity up the Camel Straight this upcoming time by. Again, this is all for the battle for 15th through 17th positions. These drivers are due to pit within the next 3 to 5 laps in this group. This is all while DV1 Trident Racing is able to utilize the draft from MSI Esports Red to just pull away all this. Here comes Fripp now. Well, Rouge and Redding on. Able to get the draft. Building up a lot of speed, more than 160 plus miles an hour down the straightaway. D1 Esports again gives them the position. And now it gets interesting between DB1 Trident and Vendaval.
And the only thing that separates both cars is just 1 lap of stint. That's it.
Indeed, so this is going to be a vital spot for these drivers. Well, it's not top 10. Yes, it is something you really want to be able to have and say, I've got X position. You want to get as high as you can in terms of running order. And now Dakota Fripp has that carrot on the stick. Its name is DV1 Trident Racing. Keep in mind that P1 Esports likely takes the tires during the pit stop window, and that's going to be the interesting mark to see. Now that the track is starting to really heat up with the in-sim time approaching now 9 o'clock, and the temperature raising 3 degrees Fahrenheit in the past 30 minutes alone, if drivers elect to still try the double stint.
Some interesting scenarios to be developed over here. Real interesting.
Do you take the gamble and try the double stint and hope that the track temperature doesn't increase over the limit you hope towards that preferred mark? Or do you try and play the safe route is the big question now?
I think for those who are on the first tire, it might be good for you to actually double stint. For example, like Lulem and Fluke, they're within their the end of their first stint. They can double stint. I think they would be comfortable going there. But I think for Valmeyer and Lamella, the second stint they do, depending on where they will be in terms of in sim hours, might be a tricky one, because if they get up to 35 degrees Celsius on track, that is the threshold. Anything more than that, double stinting the tires is basically a shot with a 12 gauge shot in the foot, so you cannot do that. So I think they will be cutting it real close. But it's an interesting scenario to be played out, because right now track temperature increased by 1 degree for the past half hour or even 2 hours or so.
In regards to Celsius, you mean?
Yeah.
Mentioned the Fahrenheit side up 3 degrees on that side too, so it is creeping up and up. Beneville right now, currently 5 car lengths back of the competitors in front. Keep in mind for this battle for position. Many of these drivers are starting to really execute well and pushing their fuel windows a little bit further. These past few runs or so, a little bit of clip of the grass that time we see from MSI Esports Red. Checked up the line a touch bit as the fuel save starting to come in from DV1 Trident Racing. Oh wow, Vendaval is on full send mode.
Yeah, gap separated by 2 drivers, only 7/10 of a second between Fripp and Skripchak when they actually came to the bus stop. Now is half a second separating the DV1 Trident to the Vendaval red car.
D1 Esports has ducked down for service. They made it 26 laps on their stint. Expect them to potentially take tires here. That car is back to the battle for the time being. Continuing to fall on behind as Marcin to be able to go for the clutch. Beneville not using the clutch, of course, in this reel-in. Picked up an hour car length or two that time by.
What surprises me, the fact that Dakota ran really close to the grass on the curbing on the exit of the Lacombe one. So nearly clipping the grass. Had he clipped the grass over there, it would have been deadly. And these are the margins we're playing with at the top level of sim racing.
Of course, especially if you hit the grass in the corner entry, we've seen so many times where you try and run along to the curb, you make that little mistake, costs you so much time in the long run, snaps you around. Much competition, Pure Sims Esports have also decked down for service. Now they're near bumper to bumper. Keep in mind, Beneville approaching lap 26 of their stint this time. DB1 Trident, 25. Do we see Dakota Fripp go for one more lap to make it 27, or does he have to come in? Comes the moment of truth. Fripp does have to come down, so he has to go for the undercut on this strategy.
Yep, he will. And let's see now. This is where we can start speculating a little bit in terms of where do you stand with the tire strategy. I think we're going to see maybe a double stint at this point of the race for Dakota Fripp. So I really am interested to see what the other cars that are now going to put the new rubber, where they stand in the second pit stop of the stint, because I think those who are in these even hours might be okay going for a final double stint and get away with it.
We'll see. Pure Sims Esports did go for a double stint for reference, so they do have that benchmark to keep in mind. There is that opportunity now for that to come on in. By the way, for those who may have heard a bit of a noise in the backdrop, the Buell Racing Team Doradics car that's been running in the garage ended up blowing their motor. So to make matters worse, that car not likely going to be able to come back on the racetrack.
Nope, not at all.
So just a snowball that effect there. In our news, Jonas Wallmeyer is in the middle of a lap car sandwich.
Standing right behind, I think that's Carbon Simsport and the Logitech G Altus car that is driven by James Scott at the current moment.
Wallmeyer trying to build up the run. A little bit close that time with James Scott, but still able to clear on by.
Yep. James lifted off right before the entry of the Lacombe.
Any later, and it would have been really dicey.
Yeah.
In terms of that lift. We've seen that a couple times where Wallmeyer's and as well, Team Redline Red in general, their drivers, have been able to handle that tightness based on their experience. It's definitely come into play. As well, Vendaval Sim Racing, we talked about the double stint coming into play likely still with the track temps. They've elected to go and try that call. So the double stint is likely on for DV1 Triton in turn for that battle we were keeping an eye on. For what was around 15th position before this window began. To emphasize how this has been for Team Redline Red, it's been a very dominating past couple weeks for them here at this racetrack. We talked about their experience in the iRacing 24. It's now continued to cross on over, and for them, they've constantly hit their marks and continue to set some of the fastest lap times on the entire racetrack.
For them, it's just outrageously insane what they've been doing on these long endurance races. I just want to confirm something before I actually say it. I'm just gonna let you carry on, because for now, from what I know is, I think this is the third 24-hour event in a row that we have covered on RaceSpot that red line actually comes out on top.
Yeah. Make sure on that for sure, but absolutely great performances from Team Redline past few years.
Yeah, and there are actually the winners of the Sports Car Open, the latest season at in the GT field, so it proves their pedigree, how good in their pedigree are. Considering the fact they actually had a disqualification, they retired the car early in the first race that we had in the Sports Car Open. So interesting to see how they managed to bounce back despite the fumble they had at the 12 hours of Sebring race. That's
absolutely incredible, to say the very least, that performance. Just shows
Yeah.
again the talent from Team Redline as a whole.
Yeah, just looking over here, I just opened up to check things out, and after that retirement they had at the Sebring race, their worst finish, 3rd place in the Road America race. Worst finish.
That's incredible.
The consistency.
Yes. Very consistent.
And I think they didn't win, if I recall correctly, they didn't win at Silverstone because the BOP of the iRacing BOP, I think when it changed seasons, favored the Porsche 911 RSR, and it was actually the better car around Silverstone, even though it was actually a lap shorter in terms of fuel range. But the car, in terms of overall performance, was just much better than the other cars that the BMW that the Red Line team had just couldn't contend.
So interesting. These adjustments when they come into play, and it's also very interesting. Speaking of interesting, we were talking about that battle going on for what is now 16. Guess who ended up near one another in their cycle?
Are the cars blue?
Both of them have blue in them.
Okay, interesting. It's interesting that the Fripp actually didn't manage to, despite having what would have been it is a half a second faster pit stop than Skripchuk. He hasn't been able to cycle back in front of him.
Yes, indeed. It doesn't help when you put up a 2:18.6. First lap up to speed. Your Dakota Fripp. So now it gets interesting with the strategy play amongst these cars.
I think for Fripp, feels safe.
I think so too.
If you're 2 laps down on Skripchuk, and this is to Skripchuk's merit to go 27 laps on the stint, right? To be 2 laps ahead in terms of your direct competitor right now, you don't have to be overly concerned with anything. You probably would lose a lap if you go full pedal to the metal, as I'm seeing Vollmeyer coming into the pit lane just on your left side of the screen. It's interesting because in terms of time loss, it is basically just maybe a minute or so. So the gain you had on your competitor right now is just huge.
He elects to go for the fuel save. The true answer comes in right about here. Well, the answer is he thought about a poke, and he's trying to pressurize a mistake. Fripp going for the cross to the left. Forced to back off as he now peeks to the right. Well, he definitely showed his hand right there. He didn't want to save.
How those cars are still on track despite the fumble boggles my mind.
Yeah, I think Marcin was not expecting that possibility to come into play. And now
All right,
we can go ahead.
No, I was gonna say we have a battle. We finally have a battle, and normally we see battles coming up in the latter portion of a stint, but now this is within the first 3 laps.
Dakota Fripp. Really trying to build up the momentum Of note for the drivers who have just ducked down for Team Redline, they have both swapped drivers. Beneke, Vecchio driving those respective cars. Fripp trying to drive his car towards the right side. Going into the chicane.
Oh.
Another send and another near bit of contact.
Door shut at the last possible second.
And again, this is for 15th position on the racetrack. Absolutely heating things up amongst these competitors.
Now, what about, I think the thing that could be playing up in Veneval's favor right there is the bent wing of Skripchak's car that makes him lose maybe a kilometer or two in the final run, but definitely pressure when you come to the curves. Whenever you are pressured this big as now, Fripp has a run again.
Here comes Fripp, and it looks like DB1 Trident will give him the space. Oh, and Fripp nearly overran the corner. Still able to get the defense though, and Dakota Fripp makes the pass. And oh, by the way, this continues to scrap for much longer. Movado Sim Racing is reeling them in too.
There is only one problem, that Dion is on lap 23 of his stint.
Good point. But it's still something to think about for the later stages with how things are playing out.
True.
Either way, this is getting wild. Now I'm curious, does Marcin now take the chance to save? He is with a little bit of a heavier car.
I think he will.
I think so too. Here's the stint times, keep in mind, and there's those differentials we mentioned that coming into play for some of the competitors right behind as well, though. That one you need to put a star next to for the 47, your race leader right now, 23 laps on their respective stint right now.
Yeah, and I'm just looking right now. I was just looking at the gap that Lamella has on Beneke right now. Gap is literally a full service. Like, once he gets into the pit stall, it's literally 1 minute and 9 seconds.
That could be critical.
Yes.
But he is on the older tires right now. So that's the main thought process, is how the tires are going to line up for those respective cars for this call to work for MSI Esports. For this battle, though, seeing the aggression from Dakota Fripp. And a bit of a middle move, and there's the save coming in. DB1 Trident Racing going a little bit with the smarter play now to try and wait for their moment, because the normal time when we've seen drivers push is the final 10 minutes of a stint. Right now, we've seen these drivers battle like really aggressive for about 20-30 minutes.
Yep. They were battling aggressively, even through traffic. Even like faster traffic, like guys overlapping them.
Oh, trouble! DB1 Trident Racing just looped it.
Oh no.
They lost the back end, and they've now spun it again into the Armco barrier. And it's all gone wrong for DB1 Trident Racing at the wrong time for them. Trying to position themselves up to save, and now they've got front nose damage. Look at this. Just lost the back end.
I totally lost the back end. The problem is the second one. You try to keep the car on track and whoop into the tire, into the Armco barrier, because the tires were still cooked. So nothing that Marston could have done over there, just normal car behavior, and that only accrues more damage into the car, and that makes the car slightly slower. Like, if the back wing wasn't enough.
It's all snowballed for them now. You talk about a battle breaking up, that battle imploded there.
Put it mildly.
Keep going, Trident Racing, now 17th position. Overall, they lost nearly 20 seconds in that sequence. Incredible sights, to say the very least.
How do you recover that? I don't think you are able to recover unless something happens.
Yeah, they may need a little luck to close up some of the timing. Approaching 6 hours, 10 minutes to go in the race. Instant time, 9:22 a.m. Track temperature has gone up an additional 2 degrees Fahrenheit, so it is getting hotter and hotter as well.
I just realized something.
Yes.
Real quick over here. Apparently the red line blue car has pulled the car of doing a driver swap on the old tire strategy.
Yeah, Vecchio. Interesting call to put them on the old tires. They've done this once before in this segment alone.
Yeah, when Giassi handed the car back to Lulem, and now Lulem hands the car back to the German of Jenny Vecchio. So Genie has to handle the car with the worn out rubber for a full stint. This could be really interesting because right now track temperature is slowly starting to build up. Right now we're at 24 Celsius degrees, whereas like half an hour or 20 minutes ago we were at 23. And like I said, it will slowly build up a little bit in the early portions of the morning, like 9 to 10 a.m. But after that, it just gradually rises up to the 30s and 40s during 11 to 12, and then 12 to 1 p.m.
Meanwhile, keeping an eye on the battle now for what is 18th position. And look out, Porsche Sport to the pit lane. They really sent it in the corner that time, right behind P1 Esports. Various different cycles come into play for some of these various competitors. Should be worth noting that we mentioned Dion Fiallo is expected to come down this time by. He is still providing pressure to Dakota Fripp at the moment. That's something to keep in mind for some of these drivers, but go back towards the fuel stint strategy. And the calculations moving towards what would be 6 hours and about 7 minutes. Not 6.5 minutes for Lamella. Be able to make it for the next stop. So it's continuously, with the pace difference coming into play, going into their favor. This is what we're just referring to with the pressure from behind. Again, Movano is expected to come in this time. They've nearly gone to the back bumper a couple times. They do have fresher tires, but we go for the double stint. Based on what we've seen possibly. And again, those fresher tires, and again, checking up. This is now holding them up a little bit for their in-lap. Now Fiallo expecting him to take the right-hand turn to the pit lane this time by. And this time, indeed, they will. Looked like a couple times they really had to lift off the gas to make sure they didn't make contact. Dakota Fripp's machine in that 15th position. saw some interesting moments here, and that was all an intriguing scenario that we've seen play out, and it shows the intensity level some of these drivers like to have when they see that opportunity, be able to gain a valuable position on the line, as Lamella has indeed made it to 6 minutes and 10 seconds. 6 minutes and 10 seconds indeed for their respective window, as you see on the ticker.
Yep. And going for the pit stop right now, which most likely will hand the car to someone else. And just gonna take a quick look over here who's actually online, and that will be Alejandro Sanchez taking over the car from the fallow Spaniard.
I think they might be in a great spot to try and pull off possible upset here, depending on how the tire strategy fares out. That's the critical point.
Yeah. And I think one good thing is that you have two guys who are very, very acquainted with the Ferrari, which is Salvatallens and Alejandro Sanchez. Alejandro being the setup maker, I think, for the 400, the Ferrari 488, a GTE car for Apex Racing, and Salva being the maker for the GT3 car. So both guys know how to all handle the setup and make towards their liking. That's why he's been so good in this race so far.
Service continues in the pit box as there's the tires now coming onto the race car already. Vaneke has driven on by, running 2:07.8 at the moment. Also ducking in this time, Miranda Esports HP for their scheduled service.
Yeah. Just to see, yeah, shoot the Visserman is gonna actually stay on that car, as we see Alejandro coming out of the pit lane, cycling back to 4th place as the red line blue car just comes out right ahead of him. I think they'll move up a gap about 3-4 seconds on them. Looks like it.
Now that's interesting though, in terms of the cycling. They had cycled before ahead of that car a couple times.
Yep.
Just so happened to be right in front of Endeval. An incredible time here for the Virtual Racing School Sports Car Open 24 Hours of Spa, approaching 6 hours, 3 minutes on the clock. For those just tuning in, drivers have Maximo Beneke, very front of the field for Team Red Line Red. VRS Quanta Simsport on an altered strategy, approaching 18 laps in her stint in second. Followed by Team Red Line Blue, MSI Esports Blue, Lego Technic Esports Team. Long. Behind them, MSI Esports Red, Apex Racing Team, Williams Esports. Top 8 competitors. Renzo, as these drivers continue to cycle around the racetrack, and as Stefan Schlacker's predictions apparently come true, your thoughts on how things could play out for the final 6 hours?
It's gonna be interesting because it's still a numbers race of sorts. The upcycle kind of like still very blurry on how things are actually going in this race, and it's going to be a very interesting race to break down in the final 6 hours, and I can't wait to see what's going to happen in the rest of the race. But for now, what I'm going to be focused on is eating dinner at 4 a.m. and getting ready to sleep.
Well, as well, at the same time, you have to remember these teams are going to be so dialed in, so focused, trying to get the best results, especially with how incredible this race has all played out. Who are the teams to watch for the next 6 hours, in your opinion?
MSI, easily MSI Esports Blue. I want to put MSI red in here as well. It may be the Logitech number 83 car. If we're talking about the whole top 10 grading as we speak.
I think you can put an arch competition in that grouping as well.
Maybe.
With how they've been able to perform. They're slowly reeling in. 83, keep in mind.
True. Put them as well.
Pit stops. It's like Esports Red coming in for service. What else do you feel we need to keep in mind for the final 6 hours, especially now that we're in early morning and we'll get towards those temperature increases you referred to around 11, 12, 1 o'clock?
At what point of the race do they start single stinning? Tires, I mean.
It's going to be a critical time to be able to sort things out for some of these drivers. Following along with Movano Sim Racing on the left side of your screen, by the way. Continue to roll things on forward, and they are actually trying to battle a little bit with Porsche Sport. Is right behind them. An incredible past 6 hours for those tuning in. Segment 3 of Virtual Racing School Sports Car Open 24 Hours of Spa. Those watching on Twitch, stay tuned. Link to RaceSpotTV fan immersion. For those watching on YouTube, be sure to head to segment 4 for today's coverage. VRS SCO 24 Hours of Spa. Once again, segment 4 coverage starting in just a few moments or so. Watching the Virtual Racing School Sports Car Open 24 Hours of Spa. Your next crew in Joe Leary, Stefan Schlacker, and David Haynes will take you through the final 6 hours of today's action.